rearming and they can go to war against their neighbors, well, then it's important that we stay awake. We want to make sure that the structure of the Norwegian Defense Forces delivers. We need to fill up some storage and warehouses. We need more people, and we must make sure that our defense structure will work. We have increased our budgets by 40% in 2 years. And then we are going to present a new long-term plan for the defense to the parliament. And we are going to build the defense that Norway will be in need of for quite some time. This will be a lot about the northern areas, about having increased our capacities at sea, and that we will have good conditions for receiving allied forces, that we can train with them, and that we have the equipment we need to meet the challenges that we may be facing. We are strengthening the cooperation within NATO. We have updated regional plans now, and now is that NATO has come home. There was a period when officers in NATO knew more about Afghan mountains than about Norwegian fjords. Now we have updated regional plans showing how NATO is to defend us and how we are to contribute to that defense. We're going to develop our defense so we can play that role. It's also about further cooperation with our closest allies, in addition, the UK, the USA, and now the big change, which is that the Nordic countries are joining NATO. So the development in our cooperation with Germany, with industry, climate, and defense, and the connection with that, and what we're doing within NATO's updated plans, and now what we're facing with Sweden and Finland. And these will be my final words, because we are being challenged into thinking in new ways. What will this mean to us? The entire Nordic countries within NATO, and this is especially on the Scandinavian peninsula here geographically, this will be of direct importance to us. For 15 years we have cooperated with Sweden and Finland with regard to defense, but it will be completely different now when we can do it within the framework of NATO. We can do exercises, we can plan together within that framework. This also means that while we now are having worse conditions and very bad conditions for cooperating with Russia, in 1990, a few thousand border crossings at Storskog, 350,000 in 2012, 70,000 last year. It shows how this development has been in our cooperation with Russia. We now have to turn the competence we have to have a regional development with borders, with regard to borders. Also with Sweden and Finland, we have a lot of knowledge. We had a lot of knowledge of climate, industry, manufacturing. We have a lot of opportunities across national borders. Now, I want to close on the note of what the mayor said. Hope should spring eternally. Have we changed our relationship with Russia forever? I think that would be the wrong perspective. I was at Røros yesterday. This is a mining town where they celebrated the annual trade fair there. And the history of Røros, it's a wooden town. They live with the fact that the entire town was burnt down twice because the Swedes put fire to it. Now we are in a peace project with Sweden, and it's the trade fair is a cultural manifestation. We live together peacefully across borders. To the Russians who live in South Varanger, who live in Norway, they are safe in Norway. They're welcome in Norway. They should be treated well in Norway. And we should have the vision that we can also live with a Russia in the future. We don't choose our geographic location. Nobody should believe that Norway is naive. We do read the geographics. And we had this great song to start this event, which talked about investing in peace. We do that. When we invest in daycare centers, schools, social welfare, then we invest in peace. And also when we invest in defense that is up to date, we are investing in peace. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much, Jonas Gahr Støre. Now to pick up from the cultural event investing in peace. The Barents Cooperation has been an investment in peace, hasn't it? And now we are here. And the conditions are somber, the situation is bad. And the last one who was killed among the Russian opposers was Alexei Navalny. You have been through this. You had the good cooperation before the thawing of conditions, the line, the dividing line that we agreed on in 2010. Do you feel that you've been fooled? No, I don't think I've been fooled or tricked, but we are taken by history. We are living in the midst of historical events. And if we look at it, we have witnessed in the past 10 years, more give or take, the authoritarian turn in Russia. I was at the Munich conference now before the weekend. It was said that that's where Putin, for the first time in 2007, said that here we will change our course. We are going in a different direction. I do not accept the system that the Western world is built on. It was claimed that this was something that showed us what later happened. Did you take it seriously at the time? Well, I think we took it in earnest at the time because we started seeing the signs. But of course, if you look at what happened in Georgia, what happened with Crimea, what happened internally within Russia, of both liquidations of opposers and also other events, and the Barents Cooperation, everything that happened with regard to the people-to-people cooperation in the 90s said that this was naive. Well, people traveled back and forth, but what happened to business? Well, we saw that business developed because people started developing, they started crossing borders, meeting each other. But through the second decade, we saw that things were going worse because the partners we had at the other side of the border, after a while, were not allowed to organize, and those who cooperated with the civil society, with organizations, environment, the youth, on the Russian side of the border, they were labeled as foreign agents, etc., classical methods from totalitarian regimes. So there has been a development since then. We weren't fooled or tricked, but it's more like the Russian society's journey. If you read their history way back in time, it's still within a dramatic, unclarified phase. And where this will finally wind up someday, we don't know. But when it happens, we who are so close to them, we will be directly affected. And you have been very close to the people who today are governing Russia. Lavrov, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he also contributed towards the agreement on the dividing line between Russian and Norwegian waters. These people that you have worked with, or your colleagues, one might say, what do you think about what they're saying today? Well, I think it's really peculiar. That's also a personal impression on my part, but also politically. Russia gradually has changed its regime with the same people. It's not like they elected a new president, a new government, and a new course. The entire group has changed. I've been at this monument here in Kirkenes together with Mr. Lavrov. And the program said that we should put down some flowers there, not in connection with the annual celebration of the liberation of Kirkenes, but it was part of a bilateral program. But we arrived there alone first, and I saw what impression it made on him to stand by that monument. We stood there. There was no press, no photographers, and it's true that at the time, after the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Russian one was the one I met the closest because we worked very intensely on these issues. So I think that that's actually, well, I find it to be somewhat of a human tragedy because I think that each individual may be individuals who would have wanted something else, but then they're tied together in a political system that it's difficult for us to understand the full consequences of. That's where they are today, and we just have to relate to that. We have to listen to what they say and see what they do, not what we hope they would do. Is there any way back following these developments? Is it possible to go back for those people on the Russian side? Well, biology should take care of all of us with time. So, well, Well, some were at this conference last week. John Kerry, he has he's 8 years old, and he said that becoming 80 is not a problem. I can do everything I did when I was 50. I don't remember all the things I did when I was 50, but I can do them. And that, in a way, is the way it is. But when we worked, and I know that Rune Rafaelsen, he's here, an important person with regard to the Barents Corporation, and I said that we need to have the vision that we can have a normal neighborly relationship with Russia. And somebody said that's naive to say, look at Russia. And then my point is that I don't think it will happen while I'm alive, but can we approach people with a different vision than hoping that we will have a normal relationship with them? If we say that, no, that's not possible because they are Russians, well, then that would be a dramatic reading of history. But if our approach is that, and this is like material from the 22nd of July, we must understand what happens, we must take the consequences of it, and then we will be entering a tough period now. But I think, again, we need to keep our hope, and that this will not be something that is a dividing line forever. And now we have the Norwegian defense establishment, defense research establishment. They say that we need to prepare for an intensive war, and then we have to look at the defense and the increased resources put into it. Well, Russia has many neighbors, and I believe that Norway is the only country that they have not been at war with. And within NATO, I speak with my colleagues from the Baltics, and the discussion is, what is it like to be a neighbor? Then people tell very different stories, and I want to listen to what my colleagues from Estonia and Latvia talk about. They have personal stories from their own families. Geographically, their situation is different. Kaya Kallas, the Estonian Prime Minister, she says, why, Jones, I wake up at night, and I'm afraid that they will be here tomorrow morning. And I don't think that Erna Solberg or I have woken up. Well, we can wake up at night, but that's not what we fear. Russians at our doorstep, and that's a strength from NATO. We have all our experiences. Now we have Norway and Finland. We are neighbors of Russia. We have had a lot of cooperation with Finland after they started their application process. I have spoken with the president of Finland about what it means to be a neighbor of Russia and a member of NATO. And that is linked to our history and where we are located. So we have said that we want to do deterrence and making people feel calm. Some people say that we should not calm down people, but I'm intensely against that. If you calm down people and calm down, it means that you should be have a long-term vision. I've started speaking with a new Finnish president. We have this dialogue, but the deterrence is something that needs to be credible. But we have to balance reassurance and deterrence. But being the neighbor of Norway should not be a surprise. We have the Coast Guard. They stop the vessels that break the rules. And you can recognize what you do with regard to our border control operations. And among those who are here locally and who are going to have this predictability and to preserve their relationship with Russia, we have Magnus Mæland, the mayor of Kirkenes. Please return. Please give a warm welcome again to Magnus Mæland, the mayor of Kirkenes.
You have now listened to what the Prime Minister said. Have you been reassured or calmed? Yes. I don't understand why the Labour Party is not doing well in the polls. I also believe that this is your strength. In Finnmark, we tend to say when we talk about partisan policies that the Labour Party came first. I believe that we have come to crossroads. We have our brothers and sisters in Finland that has also waged a very different foreign policy. And I, what we are more interested in is our trading policy, our industrial policy. That impacts on. And therefore, I want to follow the line of the government, and our foreign policy direction is not wavering much. It's never wavered. We are also members of NATO. I am reassured, but what is very important is that Norway invests in the defense, but at the same time, we need to invest in civil society. I have one question because I noted that naturally our defense will have a focus in the north. But I believe that the defense has also been very prudent in the activities that they have towards the border, that it's also marked by predictability and recognizability. But we also now have more activity from Porsanger, from the border units, to be more relevant. But it is the offshore dimension that is important. We are the eyes and ears of NATO. We have huge resources to safeguard in the ocean, but also sustainability. But we also have a big task to communicate all this to our friends in the south. When I was Minister of Foreign Affairs, we had to explain people that was a matter of course for us to others. For example, one example is that when you see the weather forecast in France, there is no forecast beyond the 60th latitude. That is the Stockholm and Oslo. So we need to explain all these relations, so why it's so important. The government has worked a lot on that to share all this knowledge with our European and NATO allied colleagues. And it's also the strengthening of our activities, the joint exercises along the coast of, and also it will be even stronger now with Sweden and Finland involved. You also mentioned that you had colleagues who wake up at night with the fear that something will happen. But we don't have that in Norway. We have a deep sense of peace here. But at the same time, we have a huge military base not far from where we are now. Can we turn this around and say that we actually lack a sense of urgency that others have? Well, Sverre Diesen, former head of the Norwegian Defense, said, and he's talked about a deep peace. You could think that that sounds good, but it doesn't. That means that we are almost falling asleep. Are we there? No. I believe that we need to tell the truth and also on a regular basis about what it takes to preserve this. And we know that the military capabilities on the other side of the border, that is not where Norway is. That is where they have their deterrent arsenal. They protect it. And therefore, in Norway, we can never lose priorities when it comes to intelligence about Russia, understanding about Russia, and also about activities. Other countries have really reduced the knowledge that they have among their top national expertise, and now that is something in the past, but we can't do that. Magnus Mæland, what do you want to hear from the government? Well, we need to have strong civil societies and institutions along with the defense. We want to say clearly, this is where we live. And of course, there will always be a sense of urgency and the urgency is more pronounced here in the north, in Finnmark. We should stop about a special measure package in eastern Finnmark. It sounds as if we're on social benefits. We're not. It's just nonsense. We want an initiative zone. We want special initiatives for this area because this is in our interest, in the EU's interest, and the NATO's interest. Yes, I mean, these measure packages, it sounds a bit negative. Is the words used the problem? Yes, it is a problem. I like his approach. The expectation barometer of the Confederation of Norwegian Industry, NHO, shows that the biggest initiatives are in Rogaland and around there. Is that why they keep being quoted? Well, I'm thinking that when we also compare this with the challenges we face, I mean, this is also an expression of what we can achieve together. But when we look about the resources, the possibilities, and also the energy promotion, I mean, it is controversial, but we need to approach this because we can do it, and we can do it in such a way that can also show the considerations that we need to show towards other industries. Thank you very much for coming, Prime Minister, and Magnus Mæland. Thank you for joining us in our talk. One change that happened up here is that Finnmark is back as a separate county. And what does that mean? In practical terms, we will invite Hans Jakob Bøno, County Mayor of Finnmark. Prime Minister, members of government, ambassadors, mayors, ladies and gentlemen, all good people. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you today. As a county mayor of Finnmark, I want to focus on precisely Finnmark County. No one should doubt my engagement for good collaboration between the three northernmost counties. In this new north, there are both major challenges and difficulties, and we need to be honest about this. But there is also hope, and there are solutions waiting for us. I'm quite sure that we can build something viable up here, something possible. I was privileged enough to be party of this process, both as county mayor and person. I have faith and confidence in Finnmark County. I believe that we can do things here. In order to stand up, we need to really get our acts together, and maybe also to kind of sort out the governments or national governments and be clear of what we need in order to do that compared to the South. But like Per Gynt of Henrik Ibsen, yes, think it, want it, have a desire for it, but do it? Well, it's not always that easy. I believe that in view of the security policy situation, it may be easy to agree on what we need to do in Finnmark to safeguard Norway. We've had changes of government during the past decade, but no one has done enough to give us the tools we need in order to safeguard, strengthen, and increase the population in Finnmark. I just want to say this. A good place to start is to listen to us. The county that borders with Russia is Finnmark, and also the thing that safeguards the Norwegian independence will not be guns and bullets, but it will be the mere fact that there are people here. I will not say that the trust is jeopardized, but we feel that we're moving in the wrong directions, that people pack up and go south. And maybe that also reflects that there is a lack of trust that we can do things here in Finnmark. We must not try to conceal this. People in Finnmark has positive hopes and expectations for developments here. And if we can resolve some of these things, then we can do a lot. But if people start to pack up and leave, then we lose everything. It's that easy and still that difficult. We have launched a goal. We want 100,000 people in Finnmark County before 2015. an ambitious target, but it is feasible if we do the right things, and most important of everything, if we really, truly want it. We need a big population up here who, by their mere presence, can claim Norway's sovereignty every single day. The foreign policy analysis from experts is clear, and the security policy situation has jeopardized Europe. No one must think that we will not do our utmost in order to ensure that Finnmark has a viable population here. But we also need to develop our county through other pathways and make sure that we have a viable population that wants to stay here. This means that we need to think about local development, regional development, not as separate initiatives, but as a whole. Unfortunately, there is some frustration over special measure packages and other packages have had negative effects, that health services have been reduced. There are other bad news. Helicopter transport has also fewer services, just to mention some. I mean, it doesn't do any good to hand out things with one hand if you take it back with the other. And the goal to have 100,000 population is not only nice and grand words in an after-dinner speech. This is a defined target for us in Finnmark. I mean, we're not lacking initiative or a will to achieve a positive development for our county. But there are some challenges that stop us. I call them challenges because there are solutions if you have the will and the guts. One thing is lack of energy. Several places, the situation is so difficult that if you want to open a hot dog stand, you will probably be refused to do so because of lack of energy. And the shortage of energy has clear problems for the populations. Without energy, no population. Without population, no security. Development of business and industry will create jobs and development opportunities. Along with this, we also need public jobs. The combination of business and administrations, combination of public and private initiatives will also expand and develop this region and make it a good place to live. We also had government represented here. A clear civil and public initiatives say that it is important for Finnmark to have educational opportunities so that young people also choose Finnmark when they decide to settle down or maybe want to raise a family when they graduate, as we've seen in other parts of the country too. The strengthening of the Norwegian defense, we applaud that, but also the defense and the civil populations go hand in hand, and they have many of the same needs, both in terms of infrastructure and civil services. When I talk about the defense, I would also like to mention the local developments. This is close to my heart. The Norwegian defense and the civil society can mutually reinforce each other. With the Norwegian defense present here in the north, we have an excellent opportunity to see spin-off effects and ripple effects to our general society. I'm not expecting that the government should set up an aviation factory to the F-35 fighter planes. They can do that at Rygge further south, but they can also see how they can divide the big defense contracts into smaller subcontracts so that it's also possible for industries here in Finnmark to participate. And we need measures to counter people moving out. And we can also see that some of the initiatives do not work. But I disagree. I believe that we would have the development would have been worse without the measures that we've had. And it is, as the government says about the offshore industry, we should not close it down, we should develop it. And in Finnmark, that is also true. When there is a price tag of 55 billion kroner to build the new government district, and compared to 6, as the original estimate said, I mean, you can't just not build it. And the same should apply to Finnmark. And bearing this in mind, it is appropriate to mention that the personal measures will only total a couple of billion kroner, and this is not something that would topple the state of Norway. One measure that we can talk about over lunch in online forums, and we could take measures that may make people stop and think, maybe I should spend a year up north. And here I'm thinking about Svalbard or Finnmark tax. If we had a special tax regime for Finnmark, it would be easy to understand, easy to market, and it might also attract people to Finnmark. And this, on top of other measures, will be cheap insurance in order to safeguard a population up here. People in Finnmark has a special task on behalf of Norwegians. More Norwegians must choose to come to Norway. Otherwise, we will have bigger problems. And to our guests in the south, I mean, just get used to the word Finnmark tax or Finnmark tax regime. This is here to stay. It is not as if we don't contribute to our economy. We actually recover millions in revenues that we send south. Gas, minerals, are resources. But this is something that you also need to include in the economy. Researchers refer to it as the northern paradox, because some of the revenues from these resources benefit everyone apart from us. And when we see, for example, that Finnmark has not a lot of fisheries, while Bærum outside Oslo is the 5th biggest fisheries municipality, then of course we have a problem, and we risk that this will also make people move out of here. So we are not standing here begging for mercy and small benefits. We ask for this because we need more people, and this could also be done through local spin-off effects. I think that it will create both understanding and enthusiasm for Finnmark, and I mean, this is something that will benefit all Norwegians because they can simply decide to move here. Finnmark is a vivid society, and with 100,000 people, then of course we can play an important role in civil society. We can defend Norwegian sovereignty, and if it is if there's a will to achieve this number, then we can do it. If we don't have people, then we won't have people to also take care of public security and see no future. Therefore, they move south. I would also like to remind you, when we talk about national security, which in view of the current public security situation, this is something that we must be serious about. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you to the County Mayor of Finnmark, Hans Jakob Bøhner. Another change that has happened is that the Sami Council before the war in Ukraine, gathered Sami from 4 countries, and after the full-scale attack on Ukraine in 2022, Russian participation was put on pause. One member of the Sami Council was born and raised in Kirkenes. She has 20 years of experience with cooperation in the Barents region, and she is really welcome. Please welcome Kristina Henriksen. Good people, it's a pity that the Prime Minister left just now, but perhaps the State Secretary can give him my greetings and bring him my message. Thank you so much for your invitation. It's really great to be back at the Kirkenes conference, to be home. And as Cyril said, I'm a member of the Sami Council. Perhaps you can see that I'm not the one who was going to be here, because the person who was going to be here at an important meeting. The Sami Council is one of the oldest indigenous bodies of the world, established in 1956, and we gathered here for our first post-COVID meeting the weekend after the Kirkenes conference, where many of you participated, and we had a collective shock. And our member organizations, we have 2 of them on the Russian side of the border. It was limited because the restrictions with regard to Russian citizens were really strict, and they didn't want to take any chances. You know how your relationships are characterized by what happens in Ukraine and the Russian attack. To us, it means that again, after 30 years, we have been cut off from part of our own people. Part of us is lacking. In the years with the Barents cooperation, we saw how Russian authorities, as Jonas said, in the past 10 to 20 years, tightened the grip from the indigenous organizations that protested against infringements of the rights. Jonas was the foreign minister and tried to influence Russia to change the course and to respect human rights, which of course also encompass indigenous rights. Støre and I met representatives of Russian indigenous peoples. We here in Kirkenes, we had a bilateral meeting with Lavrov, and we hoped that Norway would be able to move the authorities that govern their federation. Some of them are now in exile. Some live under a lot of pressure from those same authorities. So it comes across as a great paradox to me, and probably to Sergei Lavrov, who received this message several times, that Norway chooses not to relate to human rights, not to respect them. We may disagree with regard to the matters, and you know I talk about the Fosen case amongst other things, but also the Karasjok case, which will soon be up before the Norwegian Supreme Court. We do have expectations that Norway is spending millions on their seat with the highest bodies of the UN, that they can tidy up at home. Norway should be a good example where human rights are more important than profits, and not the other way around, where human rights have a higher value than them being sacrificed for because one wants to increase the number of voters. It has always been about natural resources for indigenous peoples in Russia, and so it's really scary to see that Norway disrespects human rights for its own indigenous population. What we want is to live in harmony with our neighbors, whether they are Sami, Norwegians, a bit of both. As I normally say, I work as a teacher in Trøndelag County, and I say that up here, this is where the multicultural Norway started. It's around the fjords that kids knew 3 languages before they started school because they had to communicate with other people living in the same area. And we want to live in harmonious lives with our neighbors without being pointed to as the problem. Every time they want to develop industries that require using Sami areas. And we point out what is obvious. The area you want is already being used. We have a different view of the world. We don't have a fence, we don't have our flags there, and this must mean to some people that you can just take it. But if we turn it around and an area seems to be pristine, this should mean that nature and the areas have been managed in a good and perhaps a sustainable way. In the media, there are now different debates. Some claim that everything is about reindeer herding, and a lot is about reindeer herding nowadays. And the simple answer to that is that it's because the pressure on those areas is colossal, and reindeer herders need large areas. The Sami Council believes that reindeer herding is a pillar of Sami culture and important to our existence as a people. We also see how the pressure from business interests pressure us, and we see people who, the keyboard heroes on the internet, they write about us. Too many people know Sami people who have ceased being Sami, and we can see the numbers of suicides, and that is heartbreaking among the Sami. So organizations and individuals, well, we defend reindeer herding because it's vital to us. And then it's up to the media and the politicians to lift all of the other issues that influence the daily lives of Sami. The newspaper Nordlys can, of course, look into the issues like the fact that Sami fishermen are being removed slowly but surely from the fjords. And we have the Sami students who find that the owners of schools break the laws they're supposed to respect. So please look into all of these matters if you want. And we know how the media will approach the issues. We know the comments that will come. We know what the politicians will say, what the business people will say. We know what they say at all different levels. And they say it when we hear it and also behind our backs. Our entire community is hurt by the Norwegianization process. And we see this in the media, and we see this in politics. It also influences politicians at the central level. They seem to be afraid of touching these matters, and they don't want to alienate the voters, so they do what is easiest for them. And there's this report from Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I hope that local and regional authorities should discuss that report, because it doesn't only concern Sami and Kvenes and also those of Finnish origin. This is something that is important to our society at large. And when the parliament is going to look into this report, should have this in mind. This has been a grotesque way of treating people, especially people in the northern areas and central areas of Norway. I will challenge all politicians to look ahead together with us, and it seems to be that the Sami should understand, and we should always yield. Yield to what? Well, there will be a few jobs for a few years, and so we see the politicians, they sell out local communities, and they say that they are doing us a favor. It's like the Good Samaritan that has municipalities sacrifice us. I want local authorities that can think long-term and that do not accept short-term profit at the expense of sound fjords. It seems like you think that there is no limit to the resources in everything I have here, but like the Norwegian Broadcasting Corporation said, nobody has a complete overview of all of the infringements of the different areas all over Norway. And when an investor looks at your municipality, then it's difficult to withstand the pressure. Now, the municipalities, they tried to reduce all of the services. The public nurses don't visit the old people as much. We don't have as many daycare centers as we used to have. And then it's tempting to offer lands for investments. And the people who have always lived there, they are told to move for the benefit of society at large. To some, 200 short-term jobs will be more worth than 20 sustainable jobs that have existed for centuries. And people say that Sami people have different opinions, and they say that, oh, there are Sami that are in favor of mining and wind power, and that there are Sami that do not identify with reindeer herding. Of course, that is the case. It would be a sensation if it turned out that Sami are a homogeneous group that don't have various different opinions. Still, the debate is characterized by the same kind of polarization and rhetoric towards Sami voices as towards minorities within several other countries, and it seems that this is an attempt at trying to quash voices that do not agree with the majority. So we need to have a future, and if we're going to have something that we can live off, then what is already here should be considered to be valuable, and it should be with us when we transition into the future. We have all said that we want to talk together. We have said so from the beginning. Thank you for your attention and good luck with the conference.
Christina, before you leave, I'm a bit curious about some of the the situations for the Sami people in Russia that are now excluded from crossing here. What do you know about their situation? Well, like I mentioned, during the past 20 years, it's been increasingly more dangerous to raise their voices in Russia. I mean, that doesn't apply to the Sami people, but also other minorities or everyone else who don't have the same opinion as the authorities. And our decision in 2022 was more about the safety of our people, because many have sought refuge in the Nordic countries. We welcome them, and we hope that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will also help receive them and accommodate them if they come. But we also know that it's dangerous for many simply to have contact with us. So this is not about them not being able to cooperate with us because they're Russian citizens, but it's because it's not possible to have a formal collaboration. And last autumn, we were going to commemorate the 30th anniversary for the open borders, and that we had been reunited, and for the Russian Sami people to be part of the Sami Parliamentary Council. But we just had to realize that that could not happen, and we were there celebrating but lacked 1/4 of our people. Thank you very much for informing us. Thank you for inviting me. Part of the new North is more collaboration and cooperation with our Nordic neighbors, and we have received a message from the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Sweden, Tobias Billström.
Friends, ladies and gentlemen, trust, stability and respect for the fundamental rules and principles of international law are at the core of cooperation in the Barents region. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, launched nearly 2 years ago, will have long-term negative impact on the cooperative model of collaboration in the Barents region. There will be no return to cooperation with Russia as long as it continues to flagrantly violate the rules-based international order. Much of the strength of cooperation in the region lies in its ability to function at multiple levels. Cooperation at working group and expert level, and close interaction between stakeholders at national, regional and local level, and with indigenous peoples and civil society are key components. The future of the region depends on continued investment in the green transition, education, equal opportunities for women and men, health, and social issues. Reliable cross-border infrastructure is also necessary to make the region attractive to live and work in. Civil protection and security of supply have become even more important in light of emerging new threats and challenges to our region. Russia's unilateral decision in September last year to withdraw from the Barents Euro-Arctic Council after a year and a half of suspension has given the Nordic countries and the EU an opportunity to initiate a process led by the trio presidency of Norway, Finland, and Sweden, with the aim of adapting our cooperation to new opportunities and expectations and of strengthening sub-regional commitment to the cooperation. Collaboration in the Nordic part of the Barents region has become increasingly important in several areas. I would like to mention three. First, civil protection. Russia's aggression against Ukraine has led to a profound shift in the security landscape in Europe. This shift, together with Sweden's upcoming accession to NATO, requires adaptation of our societies to new threats and challenges. Secondly, the green transition. The Nordic region is a driving force in the green transition to mitigate climate change and its severe impact on the environment. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. It has seriously affected the Nordic region with severe consequences for ecosystems, societies, communities, and the livelihood of indigenous peoples. The Nordic Green Transition Industrial Strategy and the Action Plan on Climate Change are important contributions to speeding up the environmental transition of our region. Thirdly, people-to-people cooperation, not least between young people in the Nordic region. It builds long-term relationships, increases understanding, and enriches our lives. The Baltic Sea Youth Platform, developed by the Council of the Baltic Sea States, the CBSS, is a valuable contribution to this end, and we encourage young people from the Nordic region to take part in this work. To conclude, Sweden is convinced that the ongoing discussions on the future of our cooperation, led by the trio presidency, will produce a sustainable solution, adding value to the Nordic part of the Barents region and overall Nordic cooperation. We will contribute to this end, including as coordinator of the N5 cooperation format and through our presidency of the Nordic Council of Ministers. I wish you all a successful conference. Thank you.
And we will now move on to Finland, which officially became a member of NATO on the 4th of April of last year. And here we have the message of Finland's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Elina Valtonen.
Dear Prime Minister of Norway, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you warmly for inviting me to address the Kirkenes conference. Almost 2 years ago, during the Kirkenes conference in 2022, Russia launched its full-scale war on Ukraine, a brutal war of aggression that was as much unprovoked as it was, and still is, unjustified. The people of Ukraine are bravely fighting for their freedom. Putin's war is a blatant violation of international law and the United Nations Charter. Russia undermines European security and global stability. Supporting and standing by Ukraine is at the core of the European Union's response to the Russian war. Finland's support for Ukraine remains unwavering. The Russian war of aggression has increased tensions also in the Arctic and weakened predictability in the region. Finland's and soon Sweden's NATO memberships bring stability to the security situation in Northern Europe, including the Arctic. It remains in our interest to strive for a peaceful, prosperous and stable Arctic also in the future. Kirkenes is a symbolic location for Barents cooperation, as the Barents Euro-Arctic Council was established there in 1993. The main objective of Barents cooperation is to promote stability and sustainable development. These objectives remain unchanged. The new security situation in Europe makes it necessary to examine ways how we could strengthen stability through regional cooperation in the north. We are currently taking stock nationally and within the top presidency of Finland, Sweden and Norway on how to move forward in the Barents Euro-Arctic Council. We see continued value in regional cooperation in the north. We think that the current security situation in Europe calls for a new focus and for even more interaction across the borders, people to people in the north. Kirkenes is a fantastic example of innovation and cooperation between our countries. Finnish-Norwegian public-private collaboration in education programs and focus on the startup scene bring together the best talent from the north for finding solutions to global problems. Finland is currently funding a project on transport corridors in the Barents region, which will assess the durability, capacity and bottlenecks of northern transport networks. It is of crucial importance that our transport corridors are able to serve the demands of our NATO membership, and of course, improved transport possibilities will benefit the people and companies alike. Barents cooperation also gives due consideration to the input of the indigenous people and the youth, which is crucial for sustainable long-term development of the region. An important step was the Sami summit in Brussels during the Finnish presidency last year, where the dialogue between the Sami parliaments and the European Parliament was strengthened. A unique feature of Barents cooperation is the dialogue and cooperation between the national and regional actors. North Karelia of Finland is now presiding over the Barents Regional Council. Increasing economic cooperation among the Barents partners is one of North Karelia's priorities. The Arctic is warming 4 times faster than the rest of the world, with a severe impact on people, societies and nature. The COP28 climate negotiations in Dubai at the end of last year made a historic decision to call for transition away from fossil fuels. Green transition creates jobs and well-being in the Barents region, but at the same time, it puts pressure on the delicate nature of the north. It is our responsibility to take care of the sustainability of green transition projects in the north. In closing, I want to thank all of our partners for your continued and constructive cooperation towards a secure and stable Barents region. The region and its inhabitants are priceless assets for our countries and the key to a sustainable and prosperous future. Mr. Prime Minister, dear participants, dear friends, thank you for your attention. I hope you have a successful conference. Thank you so much.
Takk til Finland. Det norske Barents...
Thank you, Finland. Norwegian Barents Secretariat here in Kirkenes also experiences a change these days. The Secretariat has been transferred from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development. What are the consequences and what is happening now? The minister has probably fallen ill, but the State Secretary has taken over. Please welcome Nancy Antti. The Prime Minister left, but ambassadors, mayors, and all other good guests. Then Alexander, the minister, woke up this morning with a fever, and then it's the State Secretary who must jump into his shoes and get up here. But he sends his warmest greetings to the conference. He had really looked forward to be here for 2 days, and he really wanted to come here, so that's what happened. And also because in the past 2 years there's been a lot of things that have changed in the world, and then it's really important to have these kind of encounters. In the conversation we're going to enter, we have a especially important topic, and we have also become very much aware of how important this part of the country is for the preparedness that we all share. Here, preparedness to a large extent means activities and a population living here. And when we're going to protect our security, one of the most important measures that we can implement is for Northern Norway to be a good place to live and to work. And we heard this from the mayor of Maryland. We have a lack of people. We also heard Bønå, the county mayor, saying the same thing. We need people. Having flourishing local communities with good services is preparedness in practice, but people living all over the country also has an intrinsic value, because this also means quality of life, culture, diversity, natural resources. We claim our sovereignty, and we in Northern Norway, Sápmi, well, this is a diverse, large area, and the politics must take that into consideration. And all are very much aware that the politics of the northern areas is not only a single area, it goes across national frontiers and different areas. So a new initiative in a new deal in the north would require a lot of effort within all of the different fields. We need to have even more international cooperation across national borders in the north. We need more recruitment. We need more education. We must have people living here. We need to have attractive local communities. And we need to have a well-functioning infrastructure. We are well underway, as the Prime Minister also said earlier today. But this is a major effort that needs to be undertaken. The politics for the northern areas is a responsibility for the government at large. So the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development is not the only one, but we coordinate the efforts in close cooperation with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And to get a positive development in North, we need to have good cooperation and interaction between domestic and foreign policies. At the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development, we are also in charge of coordinating regional politics, regional developments and politics, cross-border and also indigenous politics and policies. And we have an important measure to implement, which is the initiative zone. This is a really important item on the agenda that we can use for creating an attractive region where people can live, work, and also do business activities. And here we do listen to the proposals and opinions that we receive from the inhabitants of the county and from the business community. And we've also had this input about 101 ideas for increasing the population of Finnmark and northern Troms County. And now the Barents Secretariat of the International Cooperation. Here up in north, as we've heard already, we have a long history of close contact and good dialogue. We are participating in the people-to-people cooperation. Everybody living up here have participated in one way or another, and the cooperation that we have is built on the tradition that we have, the culture we have, and that we have had mutual trust in each other. And now the situation in the world is very different with regard to those elements, but we believe that the cross-border cooperation between local communities and regions is more important now than ever before. It's not like it has become less important to talk to each other and to cooperate across borders. It has become even more important. And precisely up here in the north, we have developed a very good political dialogue that has been going on across borders. A lot of people participate in concrete projects. We have the inter-regional programs. We have the Norwegian Barents Secretariat. We have the Barents Regional Council. And on the Sami part, they have always had very good and important cooperations across borders. It's like the borders are not there, but they have just been applied to them. They have been forced upon them. So we have the Sami Council, we have the different Sami parliaments, we have also very local and regional cooperations with long traditions, and it's really important to continue with the Sami cooperation. As Silil said, we took over on the 1st of January. That is the Ministry of Local Government and Regional Development took over the responsibility for the Norwegian Barents Secretariat. We have cooperated well with the counties. They are the ones who own this cooperation, and we have also cooperated well with the Secretariat as such. The Barents Secretariat will be a resource and a center for competencies for the Northern cooperation. They contribute towards developing knowledge, strengthening local players, and the players who are to work together with partners in the northern areas, in the high north. On the part of the ministry, we presented a report on district development and local government, and we said that we want to strengthen the Nordic cooperation between regional players, especially in Norway, Sweden, and Finland. And this new course of the Barents Secretariat should make Northern Norwegian and Sami players develop cooperation cross-border, especially in the Nordic parts of the Barents region. And on the part of the ministry, we really believe that this system will provide more knowledge and development in the north and in northern Norway in the times ahead. The Barents Secretariat is to work well in cooperation with all of the other systems and arrangements we have in the north. And one of them is the cooperation that is financed through the interregional program Aurora and Northern Periphery and the Arctic. I also want to say something about the efforts in Northern Norway, because the government works hard to strengthen the high north, but we don't obtain good results if we don't have good cooperation with all of you who work locally and regionally with a view to reaching those same goals. If you have even better cooperation, trust, and local and regional support, we will be able to build local communities that are attractive to those who live there already and those who want to move in here. It's especially important in this area. Eastern Finnmark, as we have heard many times today, is of very high strategic importance to Norway. So then we must make sure that people live here, that people are active here, and that we have flourishing communities. And the communities here in Eastern Finnmark, they should feel safe. People should be assured they should be good. We need to have good jobs and good services in this region. So we already have introduced a number of measures and initiatives. The government is also looking at how we can provide for more long-term cooperation between the government and regional and local authorities to improve developments. And one of the latest initiatives is to have the agreements for developing local communities, really local communities at the grassroots level. We are working with those things, and for now I will just thank you for your attention, and then we'll just go on discussing these very important topics. Thank you, State Secretary. If you can just stay here. I also want to have the owners of Barents Secretariat, that is the counter mayors of Troms and Finnmark, Christian Torbergsen and Hans Jakob Bøno, who will now return to the stage. Please welcome Christina. She has not been up here earlier today.
I mean, you are the owners. And when this transfer happened, they said that they should collaborate with the county municipalities in the north about new tasks for the Barents Secretariat. How do you identify them? Well, primarily collaboration towards Sweden and Finland that we have, and also to move closer to the border, and also to see how we can create societal developments in Norway. That is also part of the Norwegian regulations. Everything we do have an aspect of societal development, but we want positive societal development, because, I mean, societal development can mean so many things, but we want it to move in a positive direction, and therefore we need collaboration, and we have very good experience across borders, both when it comes to the airports, but also vis-a-vis the national borders. We're thinking that we may be very much like the Swedes or the Finns. I mean, we've gone there on holiday, but we need to learn to get to know Sweden in a different way because of the new way of collaborating. In Norway, we have populations in rural areas and also very close to the coast. And we also have a very strong local democracy. But it's not the same way in Sweden and Finland. We need to learn about how they do things and also how we're going to collaborate. But we also need to identify the opportunities because these joint projects will be so important, both with our neighbors and with other stakeholders. Hans Jakob, you have been on stage before, but the new tasks, how do you intend to address them? Well, I'm very happy that we now focus our attention on Finland and Sweden. We are quite good at collaborating. I personally bought a house in Sweden in 2009. And I'm thinking that there are many areas where we can collaborate and where we need to. And one thing that is important in our current situation is defense collaboration. And here it also means to check out opportunities to establish transport corridors and similar ventures. I believe that there are a lot of tasks ahead of us when it comes to developing business and industry, but also the defense cooperation. We have had a lot of questions from people, but also to the government. We should have a separate minister for the High North to strengthen collaboration. What do you think? Well, that will be up to the Prime Minister to decide on the government collaboration. But in my former career, I also did a lot of work vis-à-vis the Baron Secretariat, but it used to be something that we did up here. There's been some foreign policy aspects, not so many national aspects. But I think that the Barents collaboration and also the Barents Secretariat will now receive new attention from the government because of developments. But now there's a focus on our northern neighbors. And
when Russia invaded Ukraine 2 years ago, Finland was chair of the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, and the president of the council was our next guest. Please welcome Maria Joensla. And Maria, I have to apologize for my pronunciation. I was practicing, but Joensla.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. When Russia attacked Ukraine, can you describe how that hit the council?
Yes. Many of you were here when the invasion happened, and you know how dramatic it was. And it was equally dramatic in the Barents Euro-Arctic Council. Everybody was shocked. And 1 month after the invasion, illegal invasion of Russia, of Ukraine, the Barents Euro-Arctic Council froze all cooperation with Russia. And the Nordic and the Western partners of the Euro-Arctic Council condemned very strongly the invasion, and the cooperation was finished totally. And very quickly, under the Finnish presidency, we found a solution how to continue with the Barents work. As we have heard here today, it is a very important cooperation format on the regional level here in the north. So we continued with the work. It was not a problem that one member was left behind. We needed this cooperation, so we continue, and now it continues. I'm very glad about that.
And you have found a very special way of running the council now.
Yes, yes.
How do you do it in practice?
Yes. We are now a Nordic trio, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. We are presiding over the council together. It's a joint presidency, joint Nordic presidency. of 3 countries, and it is really a joint presidency. Not one country is responsible, but 3 countries are responsible. So we take responsibility in presiding the meetings. We take turns. First it was Finland, now it's Sweden, and next is Norway. And after 2 months, we change back to Finland. So it changes every 2 months.
And now I know you understand Norwegian as well, but when you've listened to the hopes and plans from the Norwegian side of working more with Finland, working more with Sweden, how do you see it?
I totally agree with you, Nancy. I think you said in this security policy situation, we need more cooperation in the north, more cooperation on the regional level. And I also agree with you. You mentioned that we need preparedness cooperation. So this platform that is 30 years old has to seek new areas, and you mentioned preparedness. So we need to get prepared for all kinds of crises, whatever they could be, together. So totally agree with all of you.
And we've heard about how the defense strengthening can also give opportunities for working together, for business. Do you see any particular initiatives from your side?
Yes, there already is a project that Finland is financing in the Barents Euro-Arctic Council, where we are looking at the transport corridors here in the north. And the perspective is the new membership of Finland and Sweden soon. And we are going to have more rehearsals and more joint exercises here in the north. So this project looks at the roads and ways that they are durable enough, because there will be big military engines running on the streets, and these are fragile streets and roads. So we are looking at the corridors so that they are functional and they will endure the heavy task of joint exercises.
And then someone in the audience sent us a question here. What about the state financing a new road from Pasvik to Finland? Anybody that would like to grab that?
Ja, jeg kan jo selvfølgelig legge til med en gang at vi vil gjerne ha det. Det ikke så mange kilometer som mangler.
I must add that this is something we want. There's only a couple of kilometers lacking, and we would need that. It's important for Finland and also important for Norway, so such a project would be good. Well, I want to go back to what we have experienced earlier. Norway has perhaps not really collaborated very closely with Finland. And what we see in Finland is, for example, that they invested the business sector, and they are really good at investing in smaller businesses. There are smaller businesses in almost all houses, and we also need to be better there, because we need to invest in local developments if we want to have people living all over the country. So we have a lot to learn from Finland when it comes to this very local entrepreneurships and businesses. And I think that we also need to have other parts of Norway collaborate with Finland. Christina? Yes, transport corridors are really interesting, and we will also be presenting a national transport plan in less than a month. And we have been clear that we also need to see across borders. And in Troms County, we have Skibotn that is close to our borders, and also Kirkenes that is close to the sea. And I heard the south of Varanger mayor said that of course, if you get help to Finland, then we can also get help in Troms and also the port of Skibotn. And I'm thinking for our whole nation is that we would not only build a national transport plan, maybe we will need a bigger national transport plan. Building infrastructure, as we've heard other people say, is also an important aspect of policies in the north that would make it easier for people, both across the borders, but also along the north-south axis. We actually need to round off, but we also have good
Norway and Finland are now being established, and we are due to sign new agreements in May. Best regards from Finnmarkssykehuset, Finnmark Hospital Trust. Tusen takk skal dere ha.
All right, now we will give you an opportunity to get a cup of coffee and stretch your legs, and then we will resume our program at 1:15.
Welcome back. 2 years of full-scale war
this week.
Ukraine is still fighting back. So what about us? We're going to focus on that now. We have 5 key actors with us here today. And let's start with the biggest actor. Yesterday, President Biden said the US will impose sanctions against Russia this week as a response to the death of opposition leader Alexei Navalny and the 2 years of war in Ukraine. And we're happy to have with us the acting Deputy Chief of Mission, US Embassy, Jamal Al-Musavi. Please give him a good welcome.
Thank you, Siri.
Welcome to Kirkenes.
Thank you.
And when President Biden says even more sanctions are coming, what can you tell us? What are we talking about here?
Well, first of all, thanks for the invitation. It's nice to be up here with friends and colleagues and strong partners from throughout the region. What do we mean by strong sanctions? What we mean is exactly what the president said when Navalny was arrested. If there is any harm that's brought to him during his time of arrest, there will be consequences. So I think we don't know the details of the sanctions just yet. I understand that the president will make that known to the world on Friday, the 2-year anniversary of the full-scale invasion. But I can guarantee you, given the track record of sanctions that we and other partners around the world have imposed upon Russia, that these will be severe. These will target those responsible, and this will have an impact on Russia's relations with the rest of the world and its operations within the country itself.
And still, though, we have been doing sanctions for quite a while now, and it doesn't seem to be biting as hard as we wish. Russia is rebuilding faster its military capacity than we thought. How do you see that development?
I think that's a bit of a falsehood. I think if we look at the details of how the sanctions have affected the Russian people, how they've affected Russian businesses, how they've affected its own military-industrial complex, we see a Russia in retreat. We see a Russia that does not have strong partnerships around the world anymore. It is further isolating itself from the rest of the world and is resorting to looking for new partnerships that really aren't viable. And in the long term, we believe, won't be beneficial for the Russian Federation itself.
We're going to invite up someone who has imposed new sanctions today, and that's the ambassador from the United Kingdom, Jan Thompson. Warm welcome to Jan.
Thank you.
Welcome, Jan. And I should say, you're not an Arctic nation, but you are closest neighbor.
You're the closest neighbor.
Yes.
Yeah.
What about the sanctions that are coming from London now?
Yeah, so we've just announced, obviously we've got pretty wide-ranging, comprehensive sanctions already on Russia, but we have just announced a package of sanctions against 6 leading individuals who run the penal colony where Navalny met his death. And those are targeting those individuals with, there's a travel ban, assets freeze, that kind of thing. I mean, this was a man who dedicated his whole life to exposing the corruption of the Russian regime, and he was poisoned with illegal substances. He was imprisoned on trumped-up charges, subjected to terrible treatment, and now has met his death. So we hold the Russian regime very much responsible for that, and that's a reflection of that we've now tried to move swiftly to impose some new sanctions.
And when it comes to the Great Britain's sort of contribution to security in northern Norway, we know of the many years of military training that British soldiers have been doing here. Can you tell us a little bit about the relationship as you see it?
Yeah, I mean, the Arctic really matters to us. It matters to our homeland security. It matters to us in energy terms. What happens to the environment, the climate, is very much affected by the Arctic, and that affects us too. But I think we, the UK, matter to the Arctic as well. And as you say, we have British military forces have been doing their Arctic training in Norway for over 50 years, but that has developed very much in recent years. We now do not just training, we do a lot of exercises with Norway. We have a lot of our sea assets, our naval assets, are regularly exercising on and off the coast of Norway, with the US, and we bring our carrier strike group through regularly through the waters, and now just in the next few weeks, obviously there's a huge NATO exercise. There'll be 20,000 UK military personnel, our carrier strike group, taking part of all of that. And I think what is key also, we have some of the really sophisticated naval assets and capabilities that really target the threat in this region. So that is really, really important. So I think all the kind of defense and deterrence activity we do here underscores the importance of the region, but also the work we do with Norway in this region. I mean, it's not all about defense. We're a kind of leading power in Arctic science. We do a huge amount there. We have 70 universities, research institutions in the UK are engaged on Arctic science. There's a whole kind of range of areas we're engaged with. But the defense and deterrence aspect is obviously something that is at forefront of minds at the moment.
And as you mentioned, Jamal, we have several colleagues of you, we have several ambassadors here with us today. And from Germany, we are happy to have with us Detlef Wächter. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you, Siri.
Welcome to Kirkenes.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here.
And one of the pieces of news that has come from Germany recently is you have managed to spend now 2% of GDP on defense. At the same time, there are voices saying we should aim for 3.5% now. How do you see that?
Well, I'm glad we made the 2%. Let me start from there. First of all, pleasure being here. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for inviting this panel here of diplomatic representatives from Oslo. I listened carefully what our friend here, the singer Ingvild, said in her moving opening song this morning. And this longing for going back to the good old days where we're friends with the Russians and everything works fine. And we in Germany and many other countries within the alliance lived under the illusion we don't need to spend any more money on defense. There's a peace dividend in something. It was a horrible strategic mistake, and now we severely pay for that. And I think we have turned the tide really after 2 years, the 24th of February, when the Russians invaded Ukraine, did a full-fledged Zeitenwende, started being serious on defense after, for example, our American friends had told us in vain for years and years, please spend more, and we did not. So we learned it the hard way. I'm very serious and very open here, but it's something that we mean. The Chancellor said at the Munich Security Conference, which was mentioned here a couple of minutes earlier, that we mean it and we're going to stay there. And if I could just add that, it's always good as a diplomat in a foreign country to applaud the host nation's government, and I want to do that here because Norway has been a bit in the same situation, not spending enough on defense, working hard to get Russia into that camp of cooperation with the Western world. Well, we did fail, and now Norway is taking its responsibilities on defense seriously, and so do we. We're good company here.
Was it a mistake to try? Because we put a lot of energy into this Barents cooperation, a lot of energy into getting Russia sort of on board, and then we are here today talking about the historic raise of military spending.
It was not, no, I don't think it was. Even with the benefit of hindsight, I would say we had to try. How could we not? Russia is a big country, it's there, it will be there. And I think, like the Prime Minister said, who knows what's happening the next decades or so. No one can say. I would say for the foreseeable future, we have to live with a new normalcy that Russia is a revisionist, aggressive power right by our borders, by NATO border. and that we have to take the necessary precautions, and one is spend more money and deterrence and defense, and that we all here do, and so does Norway, and that's a good thing. No, but we had to try. Mr. Putin made the choice. It wasn't us who did do the wrong turn.
And of course, there have been sanctions from many countries, many capitals, and not to speak of the EU. The EU ambassador to Norway is with us, Nicolas de la Granville. Please give him a warm welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nicolas. And you told me before we started here that you have been to Ukraine, and you've been to Ukraine after Crimea happened. And when you see how things have developed now, was it possible to see that this was coming?
I don't think so. I mean, not in Ukraine at least. I was in Ukraine for the first time almost 25 years ago, 1999. And it was still a post-Soviet country with, I mean, a lot of the situation still Soviet Union. Everyone, the political personnel was that way, and so. And every time it moved. I was there a few years after Maidan. We had a strong partnership with Ukraine before 2014 and after, with not yet the accession perspective that has been decided by the member states recently in the European Council, and that gives a hope, an accession perspective, a European path to Ukraine that we will also show in a few days with the sad second anniversary of this full-fledged war of aggression. We had the impression, on the contrary, the population was feeling European, turning to the West. I mean, historically, it was the case of Lviv and Galicia in the West, but I haven't been to the Donbass and to the eastern part. But at least Kiev gave the impression of being a European city with the youth, with a lot of people turning to their turning to the West. And this is, I think, what hurts most in Moscow.
And now that path has not been closed because the EU is talking to Ukraine now about how they can be included. And how do you see the prospects for Ukraine, even in this situation, coming closer to Europe?
I mean, I have to be clear. The accession is a perspective. It cannot take place now in a country torn by war. It's not a matter of responsibility. It's a matter of who is responsible. We know, of course, it's Russia responsible, but it's about sustainability of accession, having the full benefits of the accession. I must say, about 20 years ago, we had another example at a very smaller scale. That was Cyprus, where we had a peace process set before the accession materialized on the 1st of May 2004. And now we are still in the division. I mean, the incentive for the Western Balkans and for Ukraine is that the accession would be the last step of a full normalization and of anchoring the country to the EU and to the West.
And there is someone missing in this panel, of course, and that is a representative from Norway. And I'm going to leave this seat and introduce the State Secretary, Eivind Vad Petersson. Please give him a warm welcome.
I don't like the idea.
So, Eivind, now you listened to the ambassadors, and when it comes to Norway's position, we've heard from the Prime Minister, but anything that you would like to comment on?
Well, first of all, I mean, the EU and these countries are Norway's most important partners and allies. And I think it's been clear over these past 2 years that Vladimir Putin made a number of miscalculations. And one of these very important miscalculations is that he underestimated our collective resolve and unity. So when it comes to reacting to this war of aggression, we've been able to stand and stay together. And this is a very important priority for the Norwegian government, that we continue to stand together, because this kind of behavior in Europe in 2024 is completely unacceptable.
Let's zoom in when it comes to what we're seeing in the Arctic specifically. Norway has chosen a slightly different path than others. We have 3 harbors, 3 ports still open to Russian boats. How does that look to an American?
This is all being recorded, right? So no. Thankfully, these 3 harbors actually are located in a country that we trust completely, and that's no joke. And so we understand the rationale behind it. We agree with the lead that Norway is taking on these issues. And look, at the end of the day, we're not, as Ambassador Vector already mentioned, we're not trying to cut Russia off from the rest of the world. Russia is doing that on its own because of its actions, not only going back 2 years, but going back to 2014 and even before that. Putin made it very clear at the Munich Security Conference in 2007, just like the Prime Minister said, what his intentions were going to be. And he wanted to wean himself off of the West. Well, he's done it. And he's done it very successfully. So with the opening of the harbors to Russian vessels, we have full faith in the Norwegian government to have full control and full observation of everything that's happening at those harbors.
So it's okay.
It's okay. I'm not going to dispute Ivan here.
Ivan.
No, this is something bigger than just these 3 harbors, one of them, of course, being here in Kirkenes. This has to do with the cod stocks, primarily in the Barents Sea. And this is important for the wider world. I mean, just outside Newfoundland, just a few decades ago, there used to be lots of cod. Now there's nothing left. We have managed here in Norway collectively and together with the Soviet Union and Russia throughout the coldest period of the Cold War, through the 90s and the transition, and up to now, to manage these fish stocks responsibly together. And there's an important underlying point here now. Looking at today's Russia, they have a very old-fashioned approach to international relations, zero-sum. Either you win and I lose, or I win and you lose. Dealing with these cod stocks is a perfect example of the opposite. Because if we manage to agree on the science and the numbers, and if we agree on keeping the quotas fairly low, the pie, literally, so to speak, grows bigger for all of us. So this is by being able, even in very troubled times, to continue that cooperation, we have managed to keep this one of the most well-managed fish stocks in the world. We have no business as usual with the current Russian regime, but we consider this to be so important for our national interest and the wider interest of the world that we do what is necessary to maintain a functioning cooperation on fisheries management.
So let's check with the others. Would there be exceptions like this, scientific, for example, fisheries, where we should keep cooperating in a way with Russia?
I mean, I think we recognise that point about sustainable management of fish stocks, but then also there's other areas. I mean, half the Arctic is in Russia. It's in all our interest to understand as much as we can about Arctic science, gather data, deal with climate change. It's a lot of that data and cooperation has been cut off to us, obviously, as we've cut off Russia from the rest of the world. But what I think Norway has done in having taken over the chair of the Arctic Council, for example, is try very hard to kind of leave a little bit of space just at working level for exchanges of data, information between scientists, between researchers, to try and keep some of that collaboration going. It obviously has to be done carefully so that it's not exploited, but I think that's one area where it's kind of important. And I think across the board, it's probably fair to say, we very much, I mean, Norway does have a different kind of perspective on Russia than we do, for example, because it has a border with Russia. And when I was talking a lot about the deterrence activity we engage on in the Norwegian Sea, for example, in Norway, and we listen very carefully to what Norway says about that, because Norway has unique insights and access and understanding and can judge things very finely in a way that is quite valuable, I think, to the rest of us. So I think there's a range of it. We have to calibrate this carefully, but there are areas where we can, particularly to answer your question, I think there are areas where we can still try to keep some kind of incredibly low-level cooperation going where it's important. It might be on Arctic science. It might be, for example, search and rescue. As we see more maritime activity in the Arctic, there will be accidents, there will be problems, and sometimes we need to engage with Russia to try and deal with some of that.
Let's move to a factor that is growing in impact and raising some questions, and that is China sort of engaging in the Arctic and the northern sea route becoming more accessible. What if China would like to establish control over, for example, infrastructure here in Kirkenes, ports? Would that be, from an EU perspective, a good idea?
I think the question would first have to be raised at Norwegian level, because I mean it's Norway deciding about foreign investments.
But that's a good way of avoiding the question.
Not avoiding the question. I'm simply saying that we that we in the EU have quite strong laws and regulations and on foreign investment and with relation to our strategic autonomy and our European and national interests. But it would have to be valued by the Norwegian government, maybe in accordance or in a mirror reflection of the EU legislation on this. If you look at the example of previous Chinese investments inside the EU, by the time of the financial crisis 10, 15 years ago, we feel also a sense of remorse vis-à-vis these investments. So I don't think it would be future-oriented solution to go that way.
A German perspective?
Well, let me put it that way. I'd rather see infrastructure in Kirkenes being in Norwegian hands than in Chinese hands, to be quite honest. And I would refer to your attention to the report that has been presented last week by your Intel services in Oslo. To my surprise, your services highlighted very much the Chinese challenge that is out there to infrastructure and to the security of Norway.
You were surprised?
I was a little surprised to the extent China was highlighted there, yes, I must say. Personal observation, I would think. But, I mean, Russia has been a challenging partner and a challenging neighbor for decades. But China is, if you will, the new kid on the block. And it has been an increasingly assertive and challenging country in many, many respects. And the State Secretary has been asked about the cooperation, the rest of the cooperation with Russia. I think all the good answers have been given. But I would still say the good thing about our Norwegian friends is how they watch over their critical infrastructure. And that is something that is of utmost importance to all of us here on the table and here in the room. Biggest energy provider for my country, we're the biggest energy consumer for Norway. It's a vital partnership here. If something were to happen to the critical infrastructure in the Northern Sea, to the extent it happened to the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in the Baltic Sea, it would be disaster for us. The Norwegian friends are taking good care of that in cooperation with all of us and our countries here on the podium. And the Prime Minister has gone, but he and German Chancellor Scholz have last year proposed a NATO initiative to support, to protect the critical infrastructure. And your fellow countryman, Jens Stoltenberg, has taken it up in Brussels, and it is now a NATO task. So this is the kind of cooperation we need. Whoever is threatening that infrastructure here in this country needs to know we are resolved to defend allied interests.
Eivind, you are a local of Kirkenes, and you are back. And if there is potential for jobs, for creating business here, and it comes from Asia, China. How do you look at that?
Well, the local mayor will have to correct me if I'm wrong, but the challenge for Kirkenes is not the lack of jobs, it's actually the lack of people for the time being. You started this round by asking specifically about Chinese investments. The Norwegian government's position is that we welcome trade and cooperation with China. But at the same time, there's been our mentality collectively has changed in Norway also over the past few years. Just the pandemic sort of made it possible, made it very obvious that over-reliance in certain sectors is very, very dangerous when trade and cooperation sort of closes down. Germany has learned a very, very tough lesson when it comes to over-reliance on gas from Russia. Luckily, we from the Norwegian side were able to step up and cover some of that gap. Just to make the point that trade, business cooperation needs to be seen in a new light. I think it was Jens Stoltenberg who last year said that trade and international trade is too important to be left just to business leaders. Business leaders will, of course, say that politics is way too important to be left to politicians. But his point still stands. I think we need to avoid over-reliance, making ourselves unnecessarily vulnerable, which again means that we are now looking at international investments in Norway in a new light. We are doing something with the legislation, with the way we deal with it as a government. And when it comes to certain critical infrastructure, it is, of course, the preferred option of the Norwegian government that it's in the Norwegian control.
Detlef mentioned the intelligence reports that came recently, and one of the things they point to is that there is an increased risk of misunderstandings or things escalating in the Arctic due to misunderstandings or accidents. How does the United States look at the Arctic security situation now?
Well, we actually put together a couple of years ago a national security strategy just focused on the Arctic region. And the baseline premise of that security strategy is cooperation. And so to avoid misunderstandings, to avoid any accidents, whatever they may be, we will have to partner with fellow Arctic nations as best as we can. This is made all the more difficult these days because of Russia not being an active member of the Arctic Council, for example.
Do you agree with the statement that the risk has sort of increased? There is more risk of escalation now?
Of course, we are in a wartime environment. And so when you are in a situation like that, then of course the intel services are exactly right. That's exactly what can happen in a situation like this.
Yeah.
I'd say there's a couple of heightened risks. I mean, in particular, we've seen Russia since the invasion kind of tooling up and strengthening its kind of having a more militarized approach in the Arctic. And I don't think we're going to see Russia kind of starting a conventional war in the Arctic. But what there are a couple of, it does, I think, raise two particular threats. One is the risk of more hybrid activity. So I think there is a heightened risk around electronic jamming or sabotage of subsea cables, this kind of thing. So I think that means we all have to kind of be very vigilant, work very closely together, and also work very closely with industry, who, for the most part, operate those cables. And Norway, indeed, does do that very well. And we work closely with them. And the other one, exactly as you say, is the risk of unintended escalation as a result of accidents happening. And just because the tension is there, because we don't have the same communication channels we used to have to kind of de-escalate that. So I think what that means is where we can have some military-to-military communication channels, at some level we keep those open just to avoid that kind of risk. And also, we have to make sure we have really good situational awareness. And that means all of our countries working really closely together as we do to make sure we understand what is happening in the Arctic, and when something happens, is it something we need to be seriously worried about, or do we just need to kind of dampen it down?
And one of the issues that we've seen Russia taking a more assertive stand on over the years is Svalbard, Spitsbergen. How do you see that potential for becoming the escalation that we just discussed?
I presume it's for me, or does anyone else want to?
Looking at Detlef.
Yeah, we follow events at Svalbard very closely. You've got a very courageous Sysselmester there. I think he knows his job. He's a professional, and he's got everything under control. So we've got full trust in that things are not going out of hand with Svalbard, where potentially, of course, we need to be honest, the Russians could anytime start any hybrid action against Allied territory. But I think they know, because this island is in very good hands with our Norwegian friends, that they shouldn't even try.
Can I just briefly on Svalbard, just underline the fact that Svalbard is Norwegian territory, absolute sovereignty. And I actually disagree with your premise about Russia trying to create mischief. We have, from the foreign ministry, from the government side, long and detailed experience when it comes to dealing with the Soviet Union and the Russia on Svalbard. And these past 2 years have actually been surprisingly calm in the larger perspective. It's not the given that it will stay that way, but for the time being, that's actually the reality.
But that is a good note of hope to end on, I think. And thank you so much, everybody, for coming and joining us here in Kirkenes at the conference. Many thanks.
Thank you.
So we are going now to look at borders. And yesterday, Finland said thousands of migrants were waiting to cross the border into Finland from Russia. And for now, the Finns have closed the border with Russia till April. To give you the historical background and the context, an expert on the northern dimension, he is a historian and research director at the Karelian Institute at the University of Eastern Finland. So please give a warm welcome to Ilkka Liikanen.
But using the...
Yes. We will help you with that.
Well, okay.
Here we go.
Yeah, it's fine. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Yes, friends and colleagues from the university and the Barents Institute. It's a great pleasure to be here in Kirkenes again, and I want to thank the organizers, of course, for the kind invitation, and also bring my greetings from Eastern Finland, Northern Karelia, the town Joensuu, where I'm working at the Karelian Institute, and where we, of course, are familiar with similar opportunities Russian border have offered, and the problems connected to it. And I've been doing research on this for more than 50 years at the Karelian Institute. As I said, I'm a historian, and I try to introduce our panel with a couple of slides about the history of the Northern Dimension initiative and politics, which I suppose all of you know. But I want to particularly look at that and raise some points of its relation to EU policies, formation of EU foreign and security policies, and actually the whole process of formation of the EU as an international actor. What role potentially the Northern Dimension played in there? As you know, Northern is a joint policy of territorial cooperation between the EU, Russia, Norway, and Iceland carried out since 1999. There's a Finnish initiative on this 1997. It was prepared at the time of the first Finnish EU presidency, 97. And in my presentation, I will go through this Finnish relation of Finnish politics to the northern dimension during Finnish presidencies, 97, 2006, and 19, and the changes in there. Today, after Russia's brutal attack to Ukraine, northern dimension, you could say, is practically in coma, at least when it comes to cooperation with Russia. And this is quite understandable as immediate security concerns, military concerns dominate the political agenda. Finnish decision to apply for NATO membership has, of course, also been part of this shift, followed by the changes in European security environment, which has led to focus on military preparedness and safety guarantees and so on. As was mentioned, today's situation, the all Finnish crossing points on the Finnish-Russian border are closed, and in a sense, this is a symbol of maybe the situation of northern dimension policies and its perspectives today. But in this context, its northern dimension in a way seems to belong to another, maybe perhaps forever gone age. And there are many critical voices commenting its developments. Northern dimension has been sometimes seen as a parade example of the romantic or naive cooperation policies of the post-Cold War period that for some meant that it made Russian aggressive politics possible. And Northern dimension has been criticized for favoring small-scale regional cross-border cooperation instead of focusing on military preparedness of the border. I will next try to go beyond this, I think, one-dimensional look at security as security on the border and preparedness on the border by analyzing the history of Northern dimension in the context of the formation of EU policies, as I said. And I will give you some insights of ongoing research and maybe present a template of a three-point development, how national, regional policy tasks were in Finland geared up to support the institutionalization of EU foreign and security policies. And in my conclusion, I will then comment on and ask whether we can see Northern dimension even as an attempt to build more multi-layered strategy of global security. Let's see. But here is my main slide, and these are results of a work in process. I don't go these through in detail, but I just want to point out this pattern that in all these phases when Finland held the presidency of European Union and in that role could affect the agenda of the EU, the Northern Dimension initiative and how it was put forward was very, very closely tied to priorities and goals in Finnish national foreign policies, in Finnish perspectives of affecting EU policies, and at least through this relation to Russia, also broader aims concerning international order. This varies during this period. In the first place, after the Cold War, that Finland had stood kind of facing the Soviet Union alone, a quite natural feature in part of Northern Dimension policies was to involve the EU as an actor in relation to Russia and policies concerning Finnish-Russian border. Later on, this involvement of Finnish foreign policy tasks went mainly through commitment and even strive to promote EU's role as an international actor. As you know, in 90s when Finland joined, the EU didn't have a mandate in foreign policy. That was a thing of the member states. So it was part, we can see Northern Dimension as part of this process where EU adapted new forms of external policies. And of course, with the situation after already Crimea, annexation of Crimea, Finland has changed its policies and also the kind of place of Northern Dimension fell down from this kind of high agenda. But still, maybe I would say kind of was left as a back door there if Russia maybe could return to kind of rule-based international cooperation. We know today this didn't happen, but it's still the Russia relation during these years. It's reflected the Northern Dimension policy. It's reflected very much the EU policy goals and Finnish government's policy goals. The renewal of Northern Dimension program 2006, where Russia and also the other participating countries, Norway, were now stated that they work now as equal partners. That was maybe could be seen as a comment on the criticism of EU neighborhood policy, where neighboring countries sometimes felt that they are not treated as equal. They are just given EU policies. So was there this kind of initiative or an invitation for Russia to maybe come back closer to the European territorial cooperation? If there was, we know it didn't success. 2 years later, there was Georgian war, and the developments have gone totally other direction. Okay, I just maybe briefly return to my original question, and I think this analysis indicates that for Finland, the Northern Dimension was from the start something totally something else than just a regional project of cross-border cooperation, naive concentration on secondary issues. It was in all phases. It was part of a kind of multi-layered foreign and security political design, and particularly targeted to Russia relations. I don't go again through these different levels and layers of policies, regional, national, European, even global, but I think we can conclude that it makes sense to look at Northern Dimension policies in this broader context, and it makes sense today also to look at the conflict situation on this in similar multi-layered perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ilkka. If you will have a seat. I have a question for you straight away from the audience. And it's about history. Putin has recently declared, someone asks, that Russia wants to reclaim old Russian territory. Sør-Varanger was a disputed area until this border was drawn in 1826. Is there any reason for us in Sør-Varanger to be afraid that Putin will push the border westwards here?
Maybe the main feature of Putin's politics has been unpredictability. So to comment on this is not easy. But I'd say that Norway has never been part of a Russian Empire or Soviet Union and so on. So this type of territorial issues, I don't think they would concern Norway. Finland was a part of Russian Empire in the 19th century, but in there too, in present situation, I don't think it's an acute problem. But as said, then those countries that were in part of Soviet Union, maybe these questions are much more closer.
You have a challenge at your borders now, as I mentioned in the introduction, with, according to Finland, thousands of migrants wanting to come into Finland from Russia. And in that context, the Interior Minister said, EU legislation does not offer solutions for handling a situation like this. Is that right?
Well, in some respects, it is. This is in a way a unique situation, both because of the whole Finnish-Russian border, all crossing points are closed, and on the other side, that this does raise questions concerning the acts of Finnish government in relation to EU legislation and international agreements. But it's this. If the thing is, of course, the Finnish government motivates this with that there's a threat to national security, and because of that, there is this opportunity to temporarily close the border and not to accept asylum seekers. But what is temporarily? No, it's been done 3 times, and it remains to be seen how to solve this. Maybe the information behind the government's decisions is classified. So this question, if there is thousands or tens of thousands, or sometimes some say the hundreds of thousands of refugees are coming. We don't know this exact information the government has and what's being used in the decision making.
The fact that Finland has Europe's longest border towards Russia, how is it shaping the mentality of Finns?
That's something, a process that's been there for so long. You can see that the whole Finnish nation building process, it's partly been built on this distinction to Russia, Russian Empire, as well as Sweden and Swedish legacy in Finland.
But when the Norwegian Prime Minister says there is he doesn't wake up at night due to the increased tension, but his colleague in Estonia would do that. What about the Finns?
I don't know. I would think there is no large-scale sentiments like this. It's Finland has been, let's say, during the years in tougher spots than this.
We're going to invite to join us an expert on Arctic security, and his name is Andreas Östhagen. Please give Andreas a warm welcome. Andreas, you're a senior researcher at Fridtjof Nansen Institute, and the situation that we're seeing now in Finland along the border, how do you see it?
Well, I might be a bit more pessimistic than my historian colleague here on the side. I mean, I think it's quite apparent that what Russia is doing on the border with Finland is a mechanism of trying to destabilize Finland. To what scale is it orchestrated by Moscow? To what extent is it orchestrated by other actors? We can go into a debate about, but it's obvious that this is part of a larger campaign that Russia has against the Nordic countries and against NATO in the north, that we also see to some extent, not necessarily on our border, but in interactions with Russia across the board. It's perhaps what you would like to call hybrid activity where Russia could operate under the threshold of plausible deniability, so they can say, you can't approve or attribute that this is us, but we can still cause fear, maybe destabilize certain situations or draw attention away from what is happening elsewhere to these elements. And we've seen the same when Russia is I mean, I heard that Eivind Pettersson, State Secretary, is saying that Svalbard is not seeing increased tension. Fine, but at the same time, we saw a so-called military parade of a couple of tens of people walking in Barentsburg in May last year. Again, these things is it just a symbolic parade because someone in Barentsburg, in Svalbard, wanted to showcase, say, frustration or resentment, or is it orchestrated by Trust IT Google, which is owned by the Russian government, to try to cause more concern about Svalbard? So, we need to see these activities on the Finnish border, on the Norwegian border, on Svalbard as a joint, perhaps not, conspiracy theory, but at least a joint operation that is not aimed at wanting us well.
If I may, I agree completely. I truly think this is a broader European problem. It's not just a Finnish-Russian question, and that makes it difficult in the sense that last time, 2015, when similar feature was there, it was solved bilaterally by Finnish and Russian border authorities. So, and it's a European problem, and the solution also, I think, has to be found on that level.
And you mentioned the State Secretary. I'd like him to join us as well. Eivind Pettersson, if you return to the stage and give him, please, an applause. Yes. And you heard Andreas here not fully agreeing with your statement about Svalbard, but when you hear what the Finns are experiencing now with people on the borders, sort of ready to come in if they can, it reminds us of something that happened in 2015 here in Kirkenes, at Storskog, when more than 5,000 people crossed on by sickles the border. And any lessons that Norway drew then that could be of value to the Finns?
Well, the Finns, as was mentioned, actually had a similar experience back in 2015 as sort of within the larger frame of what has been referred to as the European refugee crisis. That was then, this is now. I think both the Finnish government and the Norwegian government have learned. We are in very close contact with the Finnish authorities on this issue, and our government, from the Prime Minister, has made clear that if anything similar were to happen on our border, we are ready to do the same thing as Finland, if necessary, and on very short notice. Which is an important message for the community here as well, because
to close the border completely.
Closed means closed. Luckily, it has not yet been necessary, but I just wanted to underline it again, that we are ready to do it on short notice if necessary. And that's a different approach to the approach that was chosen back in 2015. But these are different times, and we believe that's the necessary approach.
And I mentioned the long border that Finland has with Russia. Norway has got an enormous coastline. And what kind of risk do you see up north from that fact?
And as was highlighted by the previous session as well, the UK ambassador to Norway and also by our intelligence service only later last week, is that miscalculations, unintended actions taken by Russian actors at sea in particular poses a threat. And especially at sea, or the maritime domain, is challenging because its situational awareness, as was mentioned in the last panel, is more difficult at sea than it is on land. At the same time, we're also seeing that fisheries collaboration with Russia is still ongoing, as I think is prudent, given not only preserving fish stocks, but also ensuring that levels of conflict stay low. Because if you envision, for example, back in 2005, there was an incident called Electron incident, and Russian trawler that was arrested and brought back to Tromsø for charges. And the Electron trawler decided to flee instead, and eventually was chased by the Norwegian Coast Guard. And the issue was settled diplomatically. Norwegian, actually Jonas Gahr Støre was foreign minister at the time, was talking to his Russian counterparts, and they settled the issue. If such an incident were to occur today at sea, in particular perhaps in waters around Svalbard, where Russia does not officially recognize Norwegian jurisdiction, it is rather conceivable to think of escalation, right? Not necessarily outright war. I think it's important to distinguish between outright war that might occur and might drag northern parts of Norway into a larger situation between NATO and Russia, which is something we should fear, we should talk about. Disagree a bit with Støre there, but maybe that's something we can get back to. But distinguishing between how Norway might be dragged into a NATO-Russia conflict and small-scale incidents that might happen on the border or in particularly at sea that might escalate.
How do you see that risk, Ivan?
No, I agree that this is a time of crisis in Europe. We have no political contact or conversations with the Russian government to speak of. I've been responsible for our relationship with Russia for 2.5 years. I've been to Russia many times. I've crossed this border up here very many times, but I have not been in my current position. Neither has any of my Norwegian government colleagues, which simply means that when you have less contact, there's the risk increases of misunderstandings, of intentions and actions. We need to avoid that. In a sense, we still have diplomatic relations with Russia. We have an embassy in Moscow. The Russians have an embassy in Oslo. Yes, our foreign ministry officials are in touch with the Russian diplomats. Neighboring countries need diplomatic channels and channels for communication. And on that side, we keep them open. But because of what Russia is doing in and against Ukraine, any political relationship or business as usual in that sector is out of the question. But we need to do what we can to avoid these unnecessary misunderstandings at the same time.
But I'd like to go back to Andreas, because you mentioned you didn't completely agree with the Prime Minister on the way he's trying to calm down the mood.
No, I mean, I understand that that's his job. My job as an academic, I can say whatever I want. And being from the north, but based in Oslo, I do not think that people in Oslo are aware of the fact that we're sharing an almost 200-kilometer long border with Russia. I don't think they know why American submarines are at dock outside of Tromsø and why these American submarines are here to deal with potential threats emanating from the Kola Peninsula that you can literally throw a stone to from here. I mean, the proximity that we have to Russian nuclear weapons that aren't intended for Norway, as Støre said, yes, but we might get dragged into an escalation if it was occurring. Yes, the chance of it occurring is low. I agree on those premises.
But this is your worst scenario.
And the worst scenario is that you have an escalation that happens not here, but happens further down south, on the border with Poland or in the Baltic countries, or that domestic instability in Russia. I mean, you get another uprising in Russia, Putin gets rather nervous and becomes desperate, and then suddenly you have escalation that puts us into play. I'm not saying this is likely, but it's still a scenario that is much more likely today than it was 2 years ago or 10 years ago.
But do you think the government should be pushing the sense of urgency a bit more?
Yes, I think so. I think fine that people in Kirkenes, people know this. I don't think kids in kindergarten or school, primary school in Kirkenes needs to be worried more. I think they're already worried enough. But I don't think kids in Oslo necessarily are even thinking about these things. Maybe they shouldn't, but their adults, their parents should. And I don't think they are either. So I do think there is a lack of awareness in certain parts of Oslo or Norway.
Eivind, from Kirkenes, living in Oslo.
Well, Andreas claims he's from the north. He's actually from the middle of the country, actually.
Just above the Arctic Circle.
That was below. The Prime Minister is, of course, perfectly right. But this is unavoidably going to sound a bit arrogant. Nonetheless, when you are in government, you have access to more information than any of the voices in the Norwegian media. Jonas Gahr Støre, for once, even without having access to all that information, he would be an expert based on his own experience. And he's honest with the population about what we see, and we see no immediate threat to Norwegian territory. But it's a balance, of course, because the security situation is worse than it has been for a long time, and that has consequences. And I agree with Andreas as well that it remains a challenge in this country that, it's a long. We have a long country, and people in vast parts of the southern Norway don't really like the geographical realities up here. That's still true. I believe I'm an exception to that at least.
Ilkka.
Yeah, I also think that we have to take into account all scenarios, well, we know that with the present Russian regime anything can happen, but. I still think that what we have to prepare is more than direct military confrontation. Is a different kind of hybrid threats, and these can be something we really cannot imagine at the moment. But I take it these are taken seriously by Finnish and Norwegian governments, but this type of moves like this, using refugees as a weapon in shaking the stability at the border and Finnish society, this type of threats I think are the more likely we might meet.
Andreas?
Yes, and I totally agree with this point, because my worst case scenario that I had just outlined, and as I said, probability is low. I still think we should talk about it, a bit more maybe, but it's low, and it's the type of hybrid activity or destabilizing measures, unintended or intended, where we have contact with Russians that aren't necessarily always operating on behalf of the Russian government, but sometimes they are. And it's that sphere in particular that we need to focus on. But I do just think in general, maybe our generation, and Eivind and I are almost the same generation, maybe a bit.
Me too, almost.
I think something has skipped our generation. We grew up at the end of the Cold War, or the early onset of when the Cold War has ended, and we did not necessarily grow up with this awareness of our proximity to Russia, or the proximity to, or at least a suspicion of and fear of potential hybrid activity or hybrid campaigns. I think awareness of these things is crucial. I mean, that's why we're having this debate right now. But it also ties back to the last session about the ambassadors. Or Jonas Gahr Støre talking about how the map when he was studying in Paris ended at 60 degrees north. There is also a need for awareness amongst our allies, because we're not dealing with the Russians by ourselves, right? The Americans are also needed here, the Brits as well, the Germans, the Portuguese are even up here. So the awareness discussion about the complexity of these issues, I think, is needed.
Can I, you referenced it. Yes, I grew up here in Kirkenes in the 1980s. And this is especially for our Finnish friends, because I grew up in Kirkoniemi. This is an important point, that in the 1980s, the proximity to the Soviet Union, only, I'd say, 7.5 kilometers away from where we're now at, was almost, it was not visible in Kirkenes. The Sami influence and role in society to a certain extent, but much stronger, that's my childhood memories, were the Finnish influence. You had Kirkenes, very strong Finnish. There were Finnish names of kids in my class. We were taken over to Finland to do shopping for meat and other stuff. Just to say that these things change. But I'd like to turn it around and say, and like to correct something that the mayor said a bit earlier. He referenced the United States as Norway's closest ally. That's not technically true. Yes, the United States is Norway's most important ally, but currently Finland is Norway's closest ally, literally. And that may be play with words, but this is something very good that has come out of this very crisis situation that we find ourselves in, that we become even closer with our Finnish friends. The Prime Minister has had an exceptionally close working relationship with the Finnish President in these turbulent times, and that's very, very good, because geography matters, and we find ourselves in a very similar situation, and it's good to have such close now, not only neighbors and partners, but also allies, as Norway and Finland have become.
I'd like to thank you, all three of you, for coming and sharing your insights and opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now we are going to have a new moderator, which will be very exciting up here. We're going to take a closer look at relations between neighbors in the north. And to do so, I hand you over to a journalist with local experience as well as national and international experience. So how has relations with Russia changed in 3 different border areas? That is what we're going to hear about now from Amund Trellevik. Please give Amund a hand.
Day of sounds in Kirkenes. Okay. Good afternoon. There will be soon a break, but we will have a short panel now with people that not only do research on Russia and then leave back to their capitals, but also live in these areas close to Russia. I would like to invite all 3 panelists on stage now, 1 from Norway and 2 from Finland. Welcome to the stage, please, and I will introduce you. You can give them a warm hand, please. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, welcome, both from Finland and from Norway. I will start with you, Mattis Hilden. You are the mayor of the city and the municipality of Imatra in Finland. This is south in Finland. It's just north of Helsinki. Yes, but it's very close to Russia. You have about 26,000 inhabitants, so to say, yeah. And you are literally at the border with Russia, just like Sovranger. On the other side of the border, you have the Russian town of Svetogorsk. Yeah. Please tell about Svetogorsk. When did you visit Svetogorsk last time?
I've never visited there.
You've never been there? Okay, okay. Okay, but
Yeah,
you have been to Russia?
Yeah, I've been, but never visited special course. I've been working in this position 2 years, but after the war started, so yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I've never visited there.
Okay, but this municipality of Imatra, how big is the Russian influence there?
It's very big. Imatra is kind of child of Second World War because big parts of Finland was then invaded by Soviet Union, and Imatra and this area was separated and
from Svetogorsk.
Yes, Svetogorsk, which we called Enso.
Enso before the war, yeah, so it used to be a Finnish town.
Yeah, and that's the Stora Enso, the big corporation, is still working in Imatra. But the impact of the Russia has been big, and it is still big.
How many Russians are living in Imatra today?
We have about 800 people who have citizenship of Russia living in Imatra.
800?
800 about, yeah. And more than 1,000 people who speak Russia as their mother language.
Yeah. How is it to be a mayor for the Russians in Imatra these days?
Well, I think it's not more difficult than anywhere else because we are like so familiar with Russian and Russian-speaking people. Of course, there's some problems and between relations, for example, with Russians and Ukrainians, which we have also here in Imatra.
Refugees.
Many refugees now. But
what kind of conflicts?
Well, some conflicts in school, for example, they might be in the same school, and kids might be having some problems with each other. But mainly there are no many big problems because we are so familiar with Russian people, and well, many people have like family, Russian wife or man, and the cooperation between Russians has been so typical.
And the border is closed now. Yeah. So there is no traffic between Imatra and Svetogorsk. Okay. No. You used to have, or you still have, trains, railroad tracks between these two cities.
Yeah, but the railway isn't working.
No.
There are no trains going on. Yeah.
No, because of the war.
Yeah.
That was my point, because there's a huge industry in your region that used to rely on products from Russia.
Yeah.
But that's totally closed now.
Yeah, that's totally closed, and Imatra and all this southern Karelia is very important for Finnish forest industry, and we have lots of factories there, and they used a lot of Russian wood.
So you import wood from Russia into Finland?
Yeah.
You don't have enough wood yourself?
No. No.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I just want to ask you, before the war, or let's say before the pandemic, how important was the Russian trade for Imatra?
It was very important. Top year was 2014, and there was 2.5 million crosses through border of
at
Imatra.
The local checkpoint?
Yeah.
Wow. 2.5 million.
Yeah.
And how many of them were Russians?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Many.
Yeah. Okay. And how much money did they spend in Imatra?
Well, in all of the region, which is sort of representing, the Russians used 1 million euros every day. That's the count which we use.
1 million euros a day.
Yeah.
So the lack of Russian travelers to Imatra have huge consequences for local business.
Yeah. For example, lots of shops have closed their doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We used to have lots of international clothing brands in Imatra 10 years ago, but of course, little by little, they have closed their doors.
Okay. And how do you see the future for like groceries and local businesses in Imatra?
Well,
because the things will not open again in a short period of time.
Well, no one is now relying on Russia anymore. And when the COVID came, of course, many people thought that there will be a better future and the Russian tourists will come back. But now everyone knows that they aren't coming back, at least soon. And so we have to rely more to domestic tourists, for example. And our biggest hotels, they have got a lot of Finnish customers. and they are a lot of Russian tourists has, of course, they're gone, but many Finnish customers have become back, and that's why the situation for tourism is not so bad than many would think. But like I said, those shops, clothing shops, and restaurants, they have problems.
Okay.
Because Finns don't want to come to Imatra to buy their clothes, but Russian did that.
Yeah. Okay. We also have another Finnish guest with her. Welcome, Satu Sikanen.
Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here.
Yes, welcome to Finnmark, the land of the Finns. Yeah, okay. You are the regional leader of South Karelia, regional mayor, which is the second level of administration in Finland, as we have in Norway. I'm very interesting to learn more on why the Finnish population changed their mentality towards NATO membership so quickly in Finland. There have been a lot of surveys in recent years that the majority of the Finnish people said no to NATO. But just a few days after the full-scale invasion 3 years ago, it totally shifted 180 degrees. I have a poll here that says that 62% of the Finnish population said yes to NATO membership just weeks after the invasion. Why is this happening?
Okay, I think nobody could imagine that we could have war in Europe again. But like our Finnish president Sauli Niinistö said a few days after Russia invaded Ukraine, that now masks are taken off. So we living next to the Finnish-Russian border, we saw that we won't ever be that situation where Ukraine is now. We have still many relatives who have been in war in background, and now we want to make sure that our borders will stay also in
where
the
they
future.
Are today.
Yeah, and they would be strong. We would have strong borders, strong border regions. And of course, we have taken care of our defense forces during the decades. But like one famous Finnish people, Adolf Ehrnrooth, from our history, he said that never again.
Never again. Okay.
Never again alone. So that's why it's very important now we have the support of Western countries, even though we understand that we have to take care of our defense forces also.
Of course, because Finland have a special history when it comes to war and Russia. You first was invaded by the Soviet Union, then you kind of invaded again with the help of Hitler, and then you lost parts of Karelia. You also have a personal history when it comes to war. Your relatives?
Yes, my grandfather has been in war, and his brother has died in war, so it's quite close.
Yeah.
And my husband's mother was born in Viborg, and she was evacuated when she was 1 year old. So this situation is very, very important, and we want to make sure that we won't ever feel that again.
Do Finland fears war again?
Well, maybe we can't be afraid all the time, but of course we want to make sure that we have all those preparations done, and that the kind of comprehensive security system is very high level in Finland, and that's showing that we want to do all that we are in safe.
Mattis, I just want to ask you, because Finland have this system of reserves in the army. Are you a part of the reserves?
Yes, I am. Actually, when I'm working in this position, they are not putting me to the tank, but yeah, I used to. I'm trainee to command Leopard team.
So, but if there is a war, you will be a mayor?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, yes, okay. Did you hear the Norwegian Prime Minister and his speech today about this long-term thinking on how to deal with Russia? How do you comment that from a Finnish perspective?
Well, I think, well, yeah, he was right that we have to look future also, but now and Russia will be there always, and that's actually what our presidents have said before also, that it was like we can't do anything for geography, and Russia will be there, and who knows what's going to happen after 10 or 20 years, but we still have to prepare for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I think rebuild the trust takes a long time, maybe decades. If I'm looking my own children, I think they won't trust on Russians ever, I think. And that's very, very sad, because just when our children got used to visit in Russia, got used to play football with Russian children, and got used to have normal relations, people-to-people relations, so now all that is gone. I think to rebuild the trust takes decades.
I see. Magnus Mæland, the mayor of Stavanger, you already been twice at the stage today, and you were kind of very happy about the speech of the Prime Minister, even though you're from a different party.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
It's allowed.
Yeah, maybe you should vote for him. Okay. You told me that the political relations with Russia are over. What do you mean by that?
That I'm not going to spend any time and resources towards Russia. There's nothing to gain for this local community for me to spend time on it. So I'm going to spend my time and resources in international relations towards Finland.
Yeah.
It's just as simple as that. And geopolitics and diplomacy, that's the foreign ministry's job, not my job.
Mm-hmm. How many Russians are living in Stavanger?
About 400.
400, yeah. It's a bit smaller than Imatra, but you are twice of the inhabitants, so it's relatively the same amount.
I would say that yes, Russian relatives and direct Russians, but I would just make a point that the King of Norway, which has a birthday today, I think he's a third-generation immigrant to Norway. So we have to have that in our minds.
Yeah. Okay. He's 87 today. So, is it difficult to be a mayor? Is it difficult to be a mayor in this kind of tense situation where you have Russian inhabitants, Ukrainian refugees, and all the rest?
I think it's a transition for this local community, especially for people that has done a lot of work towards Russia, and I think many people are in grief over the situation in Russia and the slow and steady path Russia has taken towards totalitarianism. But I'm not experiencing any tension, and I have been explicit about that everyone can live in this municipality in peace. You can live your life like you want to live your life, and everybody is welcome. In Sør-Varanger, 18% of the population is from another country.
I see. So you didn't experience any tensions like the schools in Imatra?
No. There was there was done not a survey, but the head of administration checked, and there's no tension or bullying or indifference between children because of nationality.
Okay. And what do that tell you?
It tells me that Sør-Varanger has done it in the past and will do it in the future. We will always be able to live and coexist wherever you are from.
You said that the political ties with Russia is over, but you still have this friendship agreements with Nikel, the neighboring town of in Russia.
And it will be resigned the 20th of March.
Okay, so it will be closed, the agreement.
Yes.
Yeah, it's only put on ice today. And as far as I understand, you also have a friendship agreement with a Russian town called maybe you know that. Yeah, yeah. Tikvin.
Yeah, never been there either.
Never been there. But you still have an agreement with them, friendship agreement.
I think, yeah, but
it's put on ice. It was said on the official website.
We were not working anymore.
Yeah, but you will not cancel it.
Pardon?
You will not cancel the agreement.
Well, we haven't thought about that. It's not. We just don't have a relationship now.
No.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah.
How was the practical terms of the agreements when the border still was open?
Well, actually, what I know, like I said, I've been working here 2 years, so it was just after war I started. But we didn't have any cooperation with them for many years before that.
Okay.
And also, like the cooperation between Imatra and Ensos-Svedogorsk, there was it was much smaller than it used to be about 10 years ago. I don't actually know all the reasons, but that's what I've heard.
Okay, yeah, I see. Just a few last points before we will have a break. Sato, you mentioned to me that you have the same problems in South Karelia that we have in Finnmark when it comes to energy, because you have a huge industry, but you lack energy.
Yeah.
But it's not easy to build windmills now because of the NATO systems.
Yes.
Yeah. Explain.
Yes, in Finland we have kind of a wind power boom going on, but only in western side of country, and it's dividing the country if you look at the regional development, because now it's seeing that also industrial investments go there where is cheap, clean energy. And of course those grids. And we in eastern part of Finland, we are not in same level in the game, because we don't have that possibility to build wind power because of defense forces.
Because it affects the radar systems.
Yeah, and on our own defense forces, they have radar system and other technology which is not combined with this wind power. So that's a thing which we really need to solve. Of course, we are now planning to have much more solar power, and we have a little bit also water power.
A little bit.
In Imatra, but I think it's very essential future regional development question, how we solve this problem with wind power. We have in South Karelia, like Matthias mentioned, we have the large forest industry cluster, and we have a lot of possibilities in hydrogen, like here. And we have those CO2 emissions, and we have clean water from Lake Saimaa, and now only what we need more is that cheap energy.
Last question for you, Sato, before the break. What should happen before Finland and South Karelia will have normal ties with Russia again?
First of all, we have to learn to live without Russian money. Learn to live without Russian raw materials, and when we are in that situation that we can build relations again, I think we are more wiser that we are not dependent on Russian money anymore. Not ever, I think.
Okay, so never
we
rubles
have
again.
to find new. We have to find new way to have prosperous region and build economical development, and maybe these Nordic countries and
you have a standing invitation from the mayor of Stavanger here. So, okay, thank you so much. Have a break, and please talk to the locals.
Thank you.
spørsmålet hvordan skal dette skje i praksis? Og hva utfordringene egentlig med klimaendring her i nord? Til å gi oss bilde av utfordringer og muligheter har vi en klimaforsker og ekspert på Arktis. Han også prorektor ved UiT. Ta godt imot Jan Gunnar Winther.
Ja, tusen takk. Nå skal vi skifte litt gir da. Nå har det vært mye sikkerhet og ganske dramatiske situasjonsbilder. Og det jeg ønsker dere skal huske fra mitt foredrag,
What I remember is that there was a dramatic situation with regard to climate. We need to think new, we need to think big, because linear efforts are not enough. And I will give you something to think about. And what about when tomorrow is nothing like today? Jonas Gahr Støre, he was a Minister of Foreign Affairs in 2005. He said geography changes because climate changes. We must understand this because the effects of climate change are much clearer in the high north. And this was pretty early with regard to understanding that climate is important and that the high north is particularly vulnerable in that respect. And I will ask a rhetorical question that I will answer no to. Do we attach sufficient information or sufficient importance to what we know about tomorrow's climate changes in decision-making today? A backdrop is large trends. They are global, which hit our region as well. And the three items I will look at here have been looked at with regard to Norwegian sea-based industries. What are the trends that will influence the future? And climate change is always there. Resources, the need for resources, it will increase, be the energy, food, minerals and transport. And we know that our areas in the north are very rich with regard to renewable resources like seafood, and there's a great potential in that respect. And linked to climate change, the biomass will increase when the waters get warmer, so we have a lot of opportunities here as well. And then there's a general development which has been called the fourth industrial revolution: automation, digitization, artificial intelligence. This is a very strong driver across various industries. And then here we have three components. Can the North be a global source of food, a global pantry? And can it be a global source of resources? Can it be the workshop that develops the green, sustainable solutions that will be good for the region, but that can also be exported, and in that sense be an important export for Norway? But can the North also be developed as a model for a just development, so that the green shift will not be green colonization? If you look at the prospects, let's start on land. If you obtain the goals under the Paris Agreement, we should look at the map on the left, but in the course of this century, we will have a growth season about 2 months longer than what was the case before. That is, with temperatures above 5 degrees. Along the coast, maybe up to 3 months longer growth season. That is tremendous. And there will be a lot of bush growth, and maybe we will have a forest growing in the north. We will have more forest cover, and it's vegetation challenges that may, for instance, be the most serious challenge for reindeer herding. And so they cannot go even further north. On the positive side, though, we will have increased biomass, like within Arctic agriculture, and there are also other activities that will improve. On land, there will be changes in the soil and vegetation. They are pretty slow compared to changes in the sea,
where the changes are almost instant. And with the current climate, it is 7 degrees warmer in Bodø than in Longyearbyen. But what is surprising is that in 100 years, it will get. Well, we have measurements here from 1971, and we have got more than halfway to the 7-degree increase. This is like moving Bodø to Longyearbyen, or Longyearbyen to Bodø. And this will have incredible effects on ecosystems, and it will carry major changes, and time passes fast. And there's something that has been stated. Jonas Gahr Støre said so. Today we have systemic weakness in that we do not take current information into decision-making, like with regard to infrastructure and other things that are to be there for a long time. We have the management plan for the seas. The figure on the left is the existing map for vulnerable areas and areas that need to be protected. We have a lot of knowledge underpinning this map, and on the right you have the new knowledge basis that has 4 more years of information as a basis. And please just note the northern areas. The map has changed a lot after 4 more years of climate data and other things. And in the climate perspective of 20, 30, 50 years, this is food for thought, because these areas change so fast. And if you look at this, we have the areas with lines. They are the new areas proposed for protection. We have had a mapping and a recommendation with regard to where we're going to establish ocean wind, offshore wind. We have a lot of parameters, defense interest, biodiversity, wind, etc. for establishing these areas. Wind, this is a map of wind resources. That, of course, is decisive, because that is what is supposed to provide the energy. Another important parameter would be fisheries activities. But what all of these parameters have in common that form by part of the basis for decisions is that this is the current situation based on current data and some historical data. And then you can ask yourself, with enormous changes that are to be expected with 7 degrees warming in the north, is this basis sufficiently good? So new ways of thinking will be required. And the University of Tromsø, the Arctic University, we have worked on that for some years. Could you have co-location here? This would be a marine industry park for marine industries, so that they can have synergies and coexist in a good way. Is it possible to do this, to exploit the areas in a good way, an efficient way, and free up areas for fisheries on the outside of this? And we want to have, at worst, no impact on nature. We hope there will be a positive impact. And this is my introduction. And we have to solve the climate and nature crisis, and we need to harvest more. And that is not easy, but coexistence is a success factor. Thank you. Thank you. Just find a seat, and we're going to pick up where you left off, which is offshore wind. And there are 20 areas that have been pointed out. 7 are in the north. And one of the players interested in offshore wind in the north is the company Aker Offshore Wind. We have Sebastian Bringsværd with us. He's the head of Norwegian operations. Sebastian Bringsværd. And before we enter into dilemmas we see here, with change in nature, 7 degrees heating, what would you like to do? Well, first and foremost, we need to get started. The first thing that will happen now is that we sit here waiting. Now we have a process for an ocean bottom-based wind plan, and then we'll have floating offshore wind, and that will be like the startup for offshore wind. And we have now the strategic report on consequences. These are the big areas we have to look at the potential, and the Norwegian Authority for Water and Energy has to look at which areas are to be opened up for offshore wind, and that is supposed to happen in 2025. So the 2025 round will be very interesting, and one of the big advantages of Norway is that we have a long coast with a lot of wind, probably some of the world's best wind resources, and we can spread it out along the coast, and that will provide a distributed energy over time. If there's wind in the north, maybe there's no wind in the south, and vice versa. So you can harvest wind over an extended total period. And if you're going to take it further from there, I believe that the next thing that also the Prime Minister mentioned, and Åsane, is that this is industry. This is a large industrial opportunity for Norway that will come at the back of oil and gas. You can use a lot of the same energy and the same, especially for floating offshore wind. And floating offshore wind is a field where Norway has been at the forefront of developing things, like in Scotland, and we also have that will provide a good basis for this industry. If you're going to establish wind turbines offshore in the north, in a scenario that we heard about where things are changing, things are happening really fast, how do you think about these things? How do you include these developments with regard to temperature and weather, amongst other things? The most important thing is that now both the Norwegian Energy Authority and others are doing a lot of work to map these areas and get this reduced to areas where there will be as little conflict with other interests as possible, conflicts with nature, conservation, and other players that operate in the Norwegian waters. And in addition, you need to do this in regions where you need energy. There's been talk of energy, not people, not energy. We have to look, if there's no energy, you don't have jobs, no people. So we need to put these turbines in areas where we can bring the energy to shore. How are we going to distribute this to the places where the energy is to be used? So all of these things need to be planned. But when the areas have been planned and the impact reports have been made, we want to build where it's most profitable, and then we need to reduce costs. We need to work with suppliers to have economies of scale, because we don't have economies of scale with regard to offshore wind today. And this costs money, and then we have to look at expenses and revenues. These are large industrial projects that require major investments. What about the potential? How much energy can we get from offshore wind in the north? Well, the ambition would be 30 gigawatts, maybe not production, but within 2040. That's an enormous amount of energy. That's close to the Norwegian hydropower production today. We can have a look at the figures later. There are areas in the north and large areas, so you can potentially have enormous amounts of energy in the north. If you, with your background, Jan Gunnar, were to plan a wind turbine park in the north, what would you do? The point here is that we need to factor into this what we know about the future, so we don't optimize location. It's not the responsibility of the companies, it's the responsibility of the authorities. So the management processes, the public management processes by Norwegian authorities should take on board that kind of knowledge, because if something is to be put in place for 50 years and you optimize it for the situation today, there may be 50 years of suboptimal locations. So you should look at what is the optimal location of the lifespan. And we also have the land or onshore wind issues because there will be conflicts there, but at sea you also have conflicts with regard to areas, and fisheries are an important sector because there are other interests there. There may be conflict, and that needs to be solved through dialogue to obtain coexistence. And of course, for the fisheries industries, a loss of fishing areas is a negative. So there was a politician who said that business is too important for business to decide, and in part I agree. So the basic effort made now is incredibly important, and we should agree on the facts that we are to discuss. We should have as much information as possible, as much facts as possible on the table, and we should have the dialogue before we get started, because these are expensive things. So we should not be behind the curve before we make the discussions with regard to coexistence, nature preservation, etc. Now, we have the head of the... We have Marianne Sivertsen, who is a member of parliament in the Energy Committee, and she is also a previous mayor. Marianne, you have seen some of the dilemmas that exist when you're going to establish new energy. Climate is changing, nature is changing, and that needs to be taken into account. And you and the other members of parliament are to draw up the guidelines. What about offshore wind in the north? What do you have to take into consideration? Well, there are many dilemmas, and why we want to have offshore wind is because we are experiencing the great transition from fossil to renewables. We want to reduce emissions, and this can also become a new industry. It can create jobs, it can create value along the entire Norwegian coast, and that's positive. In addition, we'll have the energy that is needed precisely to replace fossil fuels, but also because we want to electrify societies, and then we need to put in place what we need. And then you get to all of the balancing acts that need to be done. We've heard fisheries mentioned. That's one of the reasons that the northern areas are not included in the 2025 round, because we have looked at the strategic consequences, and they have identified more conflicts with regard to fisheries in the north than in the areas that will be up for grabs in 2025. So we have a cooperation forum already with energy authorities, fisheries, the Ocean Research Institute. There's good work with regard to taking into consideration nature and mapping nature, and the funds allocated for that in the national budget have been increased. And fisheries should also be on board when decisions are made, or at least to have a say when we speak about the areas least prone to conflicts. And as regards onshore and offshore wind, we have with us Ella Marie Hetta Isaksen. She's a Sami artist and activist. Please welcome Ella Marie Hetta Isaksen. And Ella Marie, you have a face that is familiar to many people here because you have closed down the oil and energy, the Ministry of Oil and Energy, amongst other things. Well, I would just like to say right away that the premise that has been placed for this dialogue, the two last people invited, or the last one has not been invited up, it's the two young counter voices to the technology optimism that many of the others represent. And it makes me feel uncomfortable. But don't you think it's good to see the dilemmas before we have the opposition to this? Well, but it's also said that you need to take the factual basis, we need to agree on the facts. And then my rhetorical question is, which facts, which knowledge enjoy status? Who are invited into conversations to establish the underlying fact? And I don't agree with the premise. You asked, how are we going to build, well, you said literally, a large wind park in the north. I'm generally skeptical that we should solve the climate crisis with the same mindset that brought us there in the first place. It's Western grandiose thinking that we can just do whatever we want, we can just build down nature without thinking about the consequences beyond that. And we should not forget that if we are going to get through a climate crisis, we depend on fresh, living ecosystems. 80% of biodiversity in the world is protected by 5% of the world's population. Who are they? Indigenous people. And indigenous knowledge should also be part of the factual basis and shouldn't only be a footnote. But let's take this to the one who is the climate research scientist here. Because he hasn't talked enough already? Do you agree? He got to speak a lot at the outset. Don't we include good knowledge into this discussion? Well, since you're asking me, I can answer. I'll try to be brief. I think the ocean is a key element. It's vast. It has enormous resources, and it can give us a lot that can also protect ecosystems, but it must be done in a very knowledge-based way. You must secure that you have no negative influence on nature, on climate. It should be a positive influence, but we don't have a choice actually, because we are faced with two crises that are linked, the nature crisis and the climate crisis. We cannot have a fossil-based society going forward, so we need to develop completely new ways of thinking. We need to transition into the renewable society, and wind is one of the answers, not the only one, of course. Let's get the last one, the last member of the parliament. You are the head of Spire, Elise Åsnes.
Welcome. I mean, Elisa, you've been listening to what everyone has said so far. First, give us a couple of words about Spire. First, I would like to say that I support Ella's thoughts here. It is difficult to be a climate activist because we constantly need to accept premises that we don't agree with. We want a systemic change. We want to go back to the root of how we ended up in this crisis. We are not met with that. We have a climate and natural policy that simply briefly touches on some of the problems without going in depth into why we ended up here, and also to see how we can solve it. And we, of course, want a responsible, prudent natural policy for Norway. But what about the need for this? Do you disagree with the premise? Yes, I disagree with it. What about you, Ella Maria? I disagree that we should develop natural based on an estimate that our consumption should constantly increase. I believe that first we need to look at our consumption, then reduce it. And also the need. I mean, what about the waste? Today we waste so much energy and resources. I am not opposed to wind power. I am not against offshore wind on principle, but I also strongly support the Energy Commission's recommendations to build smaller projects and only to develop vulnerable nature where it is to the last resort. Well, I mean, I use the words huge wind farm, but what about this thought about smaller wind farms that can give us and cover the minimum needs? Can we do it financially? Well, it's a matter about priorities in society, how much power we need. But what about the fear of offshore wind? I mean, it is an intervention vis-à-vis fisheries. And of course, if you have trawlers moving through such a farm, but if you have, for example, fixed offshore wind foundations that can be removed later would be the same as for other offshore installations. And I would say that that would, over time, also, for example, give us other can give us installations that we can remove. I mean, you can build smaller farms. Even today, we have smaller wind farms, but that will be costly. That will be a societal priority, and that it will be expensive because you can't actually generate as much electricity as you would need. But yes, it is possible to build smaller farms. But on this discussion, I think it's very positive what we have when we talk about local wind projects. And if we are to also refer to the recommendations of the energy commissions, we also need to be better at conserving energy, to also do district heating and local energy. But even though we also focus on projects that have the least opposition, we will still need huge amount of energy in order to complete the transition. So we need to ensure both that we can replace fossil sources, but also that we can develop the new industry that we also have. I mean, you will need a lot of factors, input factors that goes into the production of wind turbines. If we don't want to be dependent on countries that we don't want to be dependent on, then we also need to build up an industry there, because Norway also need to develop, settlement across the country and also future-oriented jobs. All right, what is the reason why we have ended up in this climate crisis? In 2019, the UN IPCC said that if we are not able to adjust, if we're not able to deviate from the current course, we will not be able to do something about nature. And the reason why we have ended up in the climate crisis is because we have economic growth as a premise for societal growth. We need to acknowledge that it does have consequences. We need green growth. We have a climate policy in Norway that also have massive consequences for human rights and for the nature. We have an ongoing violation of human rights. There is also a mining project in Repparfjorden that also impacts on Sápmi. But if you were a minister for climate or the environment for a day, what would you do? How would you approach this? Well, there are so many other ways of having a good life than growth. This means that some will benefit at the expense of others. So we need to look at the underlying reasons for the crisis. Without actually addressing that, we don't have a chance to do something about the crisis. All right, we should first stop to explore for oil and gas, but we also need to put in place basic systems. The system now is, from the very bottom and up, that nature stands to lose every time. And to the premise set that we also need so much more energy, we also need to put legislation in place for what we are going to use this energy for. For example, the most conflict-ridden project is the Fosen project and development, and that is because, the basic premises is that we need more energy. So, I mean, why we have that wind farm depends on which forum you speak to. But there's also an application to expropriate more of the Sami winter pastures because you need a bigger power stations. So we can't use green energy in order to prolong the oil age. That would be kind of moving into the future backwards, because they say that we need more power, another power station to support the offshore industry. All right, I mean, we want to listen to the young generation. Is it true that what they say? Are they right when they say that we don't need that kind of growth? Well, I agree with them to the reflections and perspectives that they present by far. We face a major climate and natural crisis. The world population is increasing, and this simply doesn't add up. And local perspectives are important. We need to thank you because, I mean, if you're going to send our salmon across the world to make sushi, I mean, that is one thing, but also that we should focus on a lower footprint. But this is a great challenge, and there's not a simple solution for it. So we kind of need to fine-tune all the buttons in order to come up with a solution. But now we face a situation where we focus a lot on nature and land. And I would also anticipate that that would also be a focus in a few years' time of nature and acreage offshore. But there is a whole universe in the oceans that we have started to make use of, but we haven't fully understand the whole picture. Offshore wind. If you look at offshore wind development, what do you think about that, Elise? Well, for example, geopolitical aspects, how we can have a fair solution to the crisis. But I would like to add that we need to focus far more on the offshore nature. And there's been a huge battle, I mean, lately, I mean, just to mention seabed mining. Now we see that we need new minerals for the green transition, and that has been an argument to initiate a hugely damaging industry on the seabed regarding minerals. And we need a holistic approach to the climate crisis. It's not just one way of solving it. We need to think about systemic solutions, not only about climate change. All right, I mean, you are there for your industry, and also the Energy Committee needs to make decisions. And you say that a systemic change needs to take place. What can you do about this based on the input from Spire? Well, one thing is that we need a knowledge base before we make a decision. To put that in place is important, and I believe that that is the most important when we are to make the decisions. And seabed minerals were mentioned, and it's not as if you start to mine minerals from the seabed before we have this knowledge base in place. I just want to say this, but it's also important to say that here there are many considerations to take into account, both natural environment, to mention some, but offshore you also have fisheries, you have conflicts regarding coexistence. But what happens if you push climate policy too far or that you proceed too quickly? It's not only in Norway that we have oppositions against land-based wind turbines. That's also in other countries, and we need to make sure that there is a just development, and also that we don't have politicians that simply don't care about climate policies. That is one hazard. Because some of the dilemmas say that the climate crisis is something that has been invented by politicians in Brussels, and then it's young people that have started to oppose. But we need to navigate this entire situation in order to move forward. But we will hear more later. Yes, but I will mostly be singing then. Yes, Ella Maria Hetta Isaksen will also be entertaining during the conference dinner. And I would like to thank our panelists. There's no indications that they all agree. But what I want to tell everyone is that the dinner is at 8 o'clock in here. If you have registered for it and you are unable to participate, then please tell the staff at the registration desk there. But also be here at 7 o'clock for mingling, and then the dinner will be served at 8, and then we will have Ella Maria on stage.